Dobro se čujemo, ali zbog snimanja, da sve ostane zabeleženo. I da sve bude razgovetno. So, just a few words at the beginning. It's a pleasure to welcome this workshop, Mass Housing Across the Soft Iron Curtain, Connecting the US and Yugoslavia, which is organized together with two universities, two faculties from Washington. Washington University in St. Louis, and our Faculty of Philosophy, History of Art, Department of the History of Art. For us, it's very important that the workshop is organizing here in Cultural Center of Belgrade, because we dedicate a certain amount of our programs to architecture and to the history of architecture, and especially this year, within the Belgrade International Week of Architecture, we were dealing with the topic that was dedicated to the Belgrade School of Housing, which is very much connected to this topic that we will talk and hear about today. So I'm very glad that we are here, and I hope that more students will come later. So let's begin. Vladana Putnik and Michael Allan are the first speakers, actually, and later... Okay. Just do a little introduction. Okay, and little introduction, yeah?
What? Oh, yeah. Of course. So, good morning, everybody. So I'm glad to see you all here, and I would like to thank Danica for recognizing I hope, the significance of our project. So we decided to work a little bit more on this discussion regarding the two different models of mass housing that emerged after the Second World War. So we used a capitalist country, so the United States of America, and the socialist one, Yugoslavia, as two different case studies for mass housing, how it developed, what were the aims, and how it functions now, which is very important. So Michael will tell something more about our funding and our future events that we are planning. And all I wanted to say now at the beginning is that I'm glad to be here at the Cultural Center of Belgrade, because this is a place where I feel at home, really, always, and I hope we will have many more events together. And well, we had some difficulties because of the pandemic. We couldn't get the keynote speaker for this workshop because it's really difficult to travel and to to obtain this workshop in a way we wanted to. But nevertheless, I hope it will be successful. So I give the microphone to Michael so he can tell something more about our future events and our grant, and then we will start with his opening lecture. So it turns out you are the keynote.
Thank you. Good morning, and it's great to be here in person, which was not something that we took as a certainty a few months ago. It's still, as Vladana mentioned, there's challenges, and a lot of US scholars are very unwilling to travel right now, even domestically. So many of the parallel events this fall, even locally at my own university, are still on Zoom. And despite reasonably good vaccination rates, people are still reticent. So, but with the work that we're doing, connecting the history and theory to place, it's essential, I think, to be in person. Day one, sitting in this room, absorbing background information and ideas, and then heading to the field in the next 2 days, which I think is really indispensable to the kind of work we're doing. I mean, this is a workshop, so this really is our sort of foreground, figuring out directions for future research and the real point of the project. In May, we will convene again in Chicago, Illinois, in the United States for a more formal conference with invited papers and keynote speakers, and hopefully that's all in person. If not, well, you're all invited to the Zoom feed. This project has come to be called Housing Blocks, as a short, punchy pun of a title that I think says much about the kind of ideological juxtaposition Vladana already spoke to. But it has gained its sort of formalization through funding from the Mellon Foundation's Divided City Initiative, which is sponsored by my home university, Washington University in St. Louis, and is part of a large initiative that the Mellon Foundation, a major US funder, created in 2014 to study cultural and political divides in the United States, giving the money to my university literally several months before unarmed black civilian Michael Brown was shot in Ferguson, Missouri, outside of St. Louis. You may know these events from 2014. So this project gained a lot of timeliness and has had a lot of local sort of legs in the St. Louis area, but in this latest round of funding has really pushed for an international dimension. So here we are with the funding to do these events, and hopefully we'll make it to Chicago in May, and our keynotes will be there this time. So.
Okay. So Michael, I invite you to open this workshop with your lecture. So that is okay. Yes. So yeah, just to give you a few information about Michael. So he is a senior lecturer at the Washington University of St. Louis, and he's doing his PhD at the Birmingham University in England, and he is the head of the National Building Arts Center, yes, in St. Louis. So Michael will be talking about the post-war debates over the form of US public housing, and Michael, I give you the microphone.
All right, thank you. Yes. Yeah, and by the way, the National Building Arts Center is really a study collection rooted in material culture of terracotta, clay roofing tile, cast iron. We have large artifact collections, so it's in some ways the antithesis of the work here with Housing Blocks. It's mostly pre-modernist architecture in that collection. More on that some other time. But today I'm here to really look at this crucial post-war debate in the United States over the form of housing and the sort of critical discourse that created a dichotomy between the high-rise and the low-rise, and sort of attendant symbolic representation of each, what they meant politically, socially, and then the overall sort of grappling with the desirability of each form, and we'll get more into how this debate is framed. But in the United States, after World War II, there is tremendous public investment in housing production, much like Yugoslavia and many other parts of the world. The post-war policies included a public law in 1949 called the United States Housing Act that represents the federal government's first ever funding of three aspects of housing production. One is the purchase of deteriorated slum neighborhoods for complete clearance. And second title then authorized the creation of public housing and the federal direct funding of its construction. And the third title then solidified and formalized a long-standing, at least at that point, 20 years, involvement of the federal government in the private mortgage market, enshrining guarantees for the production of private single-family housing in U.S. law. So this act is, really, its housing production of mass housing is aimed at sort of reconstructing urban fabric, occasionally through adjacent new districts like Novi Beograd, but mostly through the kind of elimination of older historic settlements and replacement. So different than some, what you're familiar with here in Europe in a lot of ways, and a whole different set of political questions than over agency and inhabitation. When you're relocating people often at force with this money, many people who don't want to leave, right? And the housing is designed to sort of rehouse them, sometimes with their involvement and sometimes not. The other aspect of this funding is it becomes a giant rubber band, because at the same time we're funding the production of new housing in the cities, we're also then accelerating the incentivization of suburban housing for single families, mostly more affluent, and at the time racially restricted to white families. So it would take a long time before policymakers acknowledged they were funding the, sort of location of our urban settlement on one hand and substitute housing for working and lower class residents, and then the migration outward of middle and upper class residents. So in a sense, the 1949 United States Housing Act is disastrous for American cities in the end, because it really robs the cities of traditional settlements, valuable historic architecture, and further bifurcates racial and class divides spatially. Things that America remains in struggle with. But for the rest of this talk, I'm really talking about the intersection of this funding with architects and other experts' concerns about the ideal form of housing. Now we have this great fund of money, which is coming 12 years after an earlier housing act that simply created loans, that had to be repaid to local housing authorities. So a very slow and modest production came out of that way. This is now accelerating this and solving the question of creating sites for housing by enabling the purchase of whole neighborhoods and their complete erasure, which partially addresses the long-standing issue of land costs. How does the public sector compete with the private sector? So the funds are here, and architecture sees an opportunity as a discipline, right? There now are, there's an unprecedented opportunity for contracts to materially support offices who have suffered in the Depression in World War II with lack of contracts. But there's also an opportunity to prove that the expertise of architecture is relevant to questions of social modernization in the United States, that this effort, which is the question of social housing policy, can be led by architects. And this debate that I'm going to talk about puts architecture in conflicts with other disciplines and other ways of thinking through and knowing best practices in housing. Furthermore, that again, the symbolic aspect then comes out of here, where high-rises and low-rises come to epitomize very different sets of concerns, very distinct forms of expertise, and in the end, one of them, the high-rise, becomes stigmatized while the low-rise maintains a sort of, pleasant space in the American imaginary. In this period, there's also negotiation, of course, of the project of modernism. Much of this housing is not stamped with a certain aesthetic character, except through practices of architects. We'll talk a little bit more about that, and how much of this housing came to be modernist. But modernism is also finding its way in the post-war era with these public projects all over the world. And the sociologist Virag Molnar writes about Central European projects, and I think her concept is applicable here, that one of the biggest challenges for architects is to accommodate national, regional, and local idiosyncrasies in design while achieving the goals of states who are funding architectural production. And so this fine line between what is desirable to fit in, what bridges the social, what bridges the vernacular, and the modernist. And then again, the big question I think that we'll grapple with is how is expert knowledge best serving these social projects, and then whose expert knowledge, and where can an interdisciplinary balance be struck? And I will say, alongside the backdrop of an American sort of political consciousness that has always historically favored the agrarian over the urban, so that probably sets the high-rise up for, an impossible battle to become a revered American symbol of architecture, because Americans really, disprivilege density in cities to begin with, and see the sort of low-rise set in a beautiful landscape as the highest American ideal. But back, let's get into the debate in full force. In the architectural press in the early 1950s was full of several key exchanges on the different forms, and one of the most fundamental is this set of articles written or published in the Journal of Housing, which is the journal of the so-called Hauser movement, people who have been struggling since the 1930s to get the US government to fund the direct production of housing. The 1949 Act is really their sort of huge political success in convincing the government to make these funds available. And one of their leaders is Catherine Bauer, who is a journalist who becomes sort of a social reformer, who married William Worcester, the dean at, eventually the dean at University of California, Berkeley, and a key modernist who plays a huge role in developing the California ranch ideal of suburban housing. But she works with the Regional Planning Association and later this Housing Association to promote the funding of mass housing. And in this debate, she holds fast to this ideal of the low-rise building, which she traveled through Europe in the 1930s, visiting places like Vienna and studying social housing that was emerging in Europe that was widely influential in terms of setting an architectural agenda for housing, setting the idea of these distinct housing projects with total environmental design rather than piecemeal urban infill or renovation. But also then she's sort of an apostle of the international style that's coming out of Europe, and seeing that the social project of mass housing ought to be married to a new distinct architectural project that is an architectural project of the people. So breaking from conventions, and this new housing having the stamp of modernity all the way through. So in this set of debates, she's still holding fast that the low-rise is the most desirable on the low-rise garden units of Europe for the best precedent for the United States, while architect Minoru Yamasaki jumps in arguing for the high-rise. And you may be familiar with Yamasaki and his contributions to modernist architecture. Of course, most notably, he's the architect of the World Trade Center in the United States, but also the architect of the two other housing projects I'll be discussing here. Yamasaki at the time had just completed the design of Cochrane Gardens in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. This building we see at the left. His firm, Helmuth Yamasaki and Lineweber, had just been really started at the end of the war. Him and his partners are very young architects. They're eager to prove their worth in the field, but they're also, of course, eager for the revenues that will support their young practice. And these public funds are, a boon to the practice. And Yamasaki's partner, George Helmuth, is mostly interested in business development, has a huge family background in St. Louis, and is very adept at the politics of getting these commissions. And so they sort of seize all of the earliest large housing contracts in St. Louis, also designing our airport in St. Louis, which remains one of the most significant works of modernism in the Midwest. But here Yamasaki says that the high-rise is a necessity because of several factors, while acknowledging that in his ideal world, every building would be 1 story tall, that to him is the ideal space for dwelling, working, education, everything. But that the nature of a capitalist market, land values, and the wishes of clients mean that the architect has no control over this question, and the architect is then relegated to making the best of the client's, precepts. So to Yamasaki, there are 4 reasons why the high-rise is preferable. One is to eliminate slums with rapid force. He said that don't forget the real purpose of the new public dollars is to tear down every unsanitary, undesirable building in this country and uplift everyone's lives. 2, he says the high urban land costs, that even with this federal money, we're constrained to smaller sites than what we see in Europe right now, where they can purchase large areas on the edge of the city and build entire new districts. In America, the highest values are ironically outside of the cities in these new suburbs that the government is also subsidizing, right? So the centers are the devalued areas, but still in the centers, the values are still relatively high. So he said, we need to go high to maximize the sites that are available. And then the third, he says, we also want to balance density. And we'll talk about that in a second, his sort of formulas. And then the fourth is he thinks these projects should maximize outdoor space, so ample green space. And he said the high-rise form with the smallest footprint possible gives us so much open land. And then he sort of discusses his ideal and comes at this figure of 40 families per acre, which is a reading of the new Public Housing Administration, this federal agency that's set up to administer these funds, their policies. But he also has looked at some of the low-rise developments that Bauer and her allies support, including Baldwin Hills Village, a significant development in Los Angeles, where he says in this low-rise development you have 70 to 80 families per acre, which he says is almost as overcrowded as the slums we're trying to eliminate. But at other low-rise projects, you have small buildings and only 15 to 25 families an acre, which he says is far too low. He says the desirable range should be somewhere around 40, or he says also maybe 25 to 35 families depending on the site, but striking this middle ground through the high-rise form. He says that if you look at the public standards, there's 1,100 square feet, 1,100 square feet for family with dwelling packed into this unit. And then also in that same footprint, parking space for the families included adjacent to the building, which robs the site of ground space. So in the end, these dwelling formulas create an open space of about 22 feet by 22 feet per family, which he says is completely inadequate as personal space adjacent to the dwelling unit or near the dwelling unit. So he says the best way to use this formula to our advantage is to create sites with as small footprint possible, high-rise forms, and then abundant open grounds that is programmed with play spaces, gardens, and recreation. And Bauer responds and says, this is a misreading of the potential of the law, that first of all, to the point of slums, she says, isn't the real question housing people? This is not a question of buildings and architecture. This is a question of really changing the lives of human beings. So being so fixated on form is a mistake to begin with. And she says that the issue of land cost, it has to be dealt with by saying that land is artificially high due to housing shortages and encouraged and supported by the real estate market, that real estate interests are self-interested and public investment ought to smother public private interests, and that this slum clearance dollars ought to be leveraged more aggressively to reduce land costs, and the government ought to be willing to take land from capitalist interests that don't want to sell to the government at reasonable prices. So she's making an argument that is, would be deemed socialistic in the press, and at odds with the American ideal. But she's saying Yamasaki wants to accommodate capitalism, and I want to, this is public money, and the public has the right to seize the moment. And for density, she said that she'd rather every family get a private allotment garden than the Spartan balconies that she sees in this project. and the useless open space that Yamasaki and other architects are creating. They're getting large lawns that have no programming. The playgrounds never are built exactly as planned. The fountains are never built. Everything's clawed back as budgets, get eaten up by the buildings and the costs of constructing buildings. She also says that lower density in the end is better to gain more ground space, that it can be achieved. She's envisioning, projects that have a lot more open space, but also a privatized section for each family, that she thinks it's important that everyone has something that is their own. So some collectivist thinking in both Yamasaki and Bauer, but she's sort of really chewing into Yamasaki and saying he's absolutely wrong. Now, I will point out the Journal of Housing is sponsored by her movement, so the editors are already invested in sort of setting up Yamasaki to be the fall guy for the high-rise question. They pepper this exchange with some other articles, including one by Dr. Anthony F.C. Wallace, an anthropologist who's looking at questions of behavioral psychology. That's the column at right. And then in the other roundup, they have opinions from a psychiatrist and a sociologist. All three agree that the low-rise is the only humane form of adequate housing, that psychologically, culturally, and socially, the high-rise is at odds with the sense of well-being of Americans. So we have this other article that comes out earlier in the same time that's not as sort of well cited in historic narrative, but also raises the same question with another pair of contestants. Elizabeth Wood, the director of the Chicago Housing Authority, and she's one of Bauer's closest allies and collaborators in the housing movement. She's also sort of a self-taught social worker with a background in journalism who gets interested in this cause in the 1930s and becomes the professional director of the Chicago Housing Authority in 1937. And Wood's main concern is that design ought to be more than just shelter. And she thinks that the high-rise really omits the needs of a true comprehensive design of life, that it's just a formulaic approach. She says that architecture of housing ought to be producing social, recreational, physical, and creative aspects of design, not just the dwelling box and a ground form, right? And so this is one of her projects selected for this publication. This is a low-rise project in Wellesley, Massachusetts. You can see these low-rise units with their flat roofs adopt traits of the international style. The families have some semi-private ground spaces, at least adjacent to their units, although they're not enclosed. And then the sort of, rectilinear housing plan of the apartment that you'll find in the high-rise is applied at the ground level with two transparent elevations or fenestration on both sides, access to the ground plane and visibility of the ground plane from every room in the unit. She sees this as essential to the social question of the family life. Two big reasons. One, she says that the child's nearness to its mother is so definitive in terms of the rest, the rest of your life, right? The whole sense of well-being that comes from this bond. Well, children should play close to their mother. And in this period, she's envisioning the mother probably being a homemaker, staying in the kitchen or in the house all day, and father's at work. That visibility of close play areas is important, she thinks, to the family structure. The other issue, she thinks, is that there's no group pride in these high-rise projects as they're being built, and that group pride creates a sense of ownership of place. So she's saying that gardens and shared spaces for food production or simply ornamental gardens that the residents will tend together will create a sense of community across the apartment units to build a larger family of place. And in juxtaposition, one of the editors of Architectural Forum, Dennis Haskell, says absolutely not, this is the wrong approach. The high-rise is still the most viable form. And it's interesting also the gender dynamics of these two debates, where the men are championing the high-rise and the women are championing the low-rise. And these editors selecting it and framing it that way, it's very telling, I think, of some of the attributes each form is supposed to represent. Haskell argues that row housing creates too dense of ground coverage. Is in league with Yamasaki. You're going to smother the ground, not open it up. He also says that you have to live in the sky to have grass below. So if you want your children to have play space in the cities, you can't build the low-rise forms, because while in Wellesley it's a smaller city, it's easier to achieve that. In St. Louis or Chicago or New York, you're going to end up with an overcrowded, basically a new modern slum. And these high-rise forms, as he shows at the lower left, can be made so, their ground occupancy can be so small, as small as 15 to 20% of site, where you have all this open space. And so he shows this ideal here with these enclosed courtyards, but if you'll notice at the top and the bottom, much of the ground plane is actually devoted to vehicle parking, which would be a recurring problem in American housing production. He has this sort of idealized balcony, where he thinks the balcony actually does give you access to the outdoors and a sense of safety and removed from the street below. So he's sort of, drawing a little bit upon CM and Corbusier's theories about separation of the dwelling from automobile traffic, although it's interesting that Haskell and Yamasaki really don't demonstrate much of an interest in these European modernist theories at all. Mostly they're grappling with the bureaucratic regimen of American public housing administration and sort of the capitalist culture of design and real estate. And that's why I think they're entirely comfortable with this sort of parking arrangement, which would be, really anathema to CM and the principles of urbanism and the high-rise form that they're advancing. And Haskell also says that in New Orleans, they created a low-rise and a high-rise project out of this new money, and the low-rise project has 140 people an acre, and the high-rise has 38 people an acre, so that, again, this idea, the high-rise makes for a lower density development, and thus these are not likely to become the slums of the future. He also says that this idea that the Public Housing Administration is putting us into a straitjacket is ridiculous. He dismisses the head of the Public Housing Administration, John Egan, saying that him and his office are just a bunch of bunglers, admits that they're really obtuse when it comes to design. But he says at the local level, you can find political leadership that will allow the architect freer reign to be more progressive. And he points to St. Louis, where he says that Mayor Joseph Darst is allowing Helmuth Yamasaki and Lineweber to do the greatest work possible, and is backing them and entrusting the architects to lead on design and not just boxing them into a corner with spreadsheets and accountants. So Haskell concludes by saying the high-rise form is very necessary because long-term we're going to add more population to these cities. Cities are going to grow, they're going to rebound from post-war decline, and densities are going to increase. So if we don't open up the ground plane, we're going to end up with the typical traditional urban pattern of, total built space without any relieving open land. He also sort of chooses this design from Louis Kahn in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, Mill Creek Apartments, where Kahn is also experimenting with a mix of high-rise and low-rise forms, placing his families closer to the ground on the low-rise and the larger units, and the smaller units in the high-rise. Kahn here also is experimenting with divided access staircases that open on the same floors, one set to apartments on a corridor, the other are internal staircases on two-story dwelling units set into the high-rise block. These sort of divisions of a townhouse in the sky with traditional apartments. So he's sort of meditating on the possibility of a high-rise form with a nuance that would not really be seen with the public dollars. And in the end, the Public Housing Administration would not fund this approach because they did not want any two-story dwelling units in the high-rise form. They thought that was a management problem, and also cut against the sort of predictability of having the same units on each floor. These repeated floor units they thought were easier to rent, easier for the manager to keep track of. And so in the end, Mill Creek Apartments was built without some of these design attributes. The towers, 3 towers, were built by Kahn that are nowhere near as elegant as this model here. Architectural Record also published a few things in 1956, 4 years later, looking at the same question. They published this design from Brooklyn, showing that most of this image is a balance of building form and tree canopy, suggesting that the ideals of Bauer and Yamasaki could be synthesized into some kind of compromise of beautiful, well-planned open space and these higher forms. And sociologist Clarence Stein, who was involved with Henry Wright in creating many garden city communities in the early part of the 20th century, like Radburn in New Jersey, or Sunnyside in Queens, has a column looking at the question of high and low rise. It's entitled Communities for the Good Life. And he sort of rejects this dichotomy of high rise and low rise and says the debate is sort of useless. He writes, what we need is an architectural attack on the problem, much more comprehensive than the individual building. The architect must deal with the whole environment in which his building is a harmonious essential part, and without which the architect's work is impotent. So Stein is arguing that there's contingent questions at each site, and the architect must be given more power. And this, sort of dichotomy of doubling down one way or the other ignores the real question, which is this total environment. And so he's thinking that the outcomes will vary from site to site. And this, sort of is echoed in contemporary historical research. Scholar Bradford Hunt, writing of Chicago, in retrospect in 2015, wrote that the focus on architecture largely in this period distracted from other more relevant policy and planning choices that more directly shaped public housing outcomes. And we'll take that into Yamasaki's work next. So here we have Minoru Yamasaki wrestling with form in two projects in St. Louis between 1951 and 1956. The aforementioned Cochrane Gardens, and then the Pruitt-Igoe housing development, which is far better known. But at Cochrane Gardens, we have this development, which you see in the slide here, where Yamasaki creates something that in the end he's really actually proud to have designed, unlike Pruitt-Igoe. In this development, he's ends up winning the battle with reducing the height of some of the units so that he ends up designing 4 12-story buildings, 2 7-story buildings, and 4 6-story buildings. And in such an arrangement, he amplifies these balconies that we already saw, so that every balcony has a view of the city, which he said would be impossible if all the buildings were at the 12-story height, which the federal officials really had wanted in the beginning. And so these views of the city are opening up. The buildings are surrounding, I'll stop for a second. This development here is Neighborhood Gardens, which is a 1935 privately funded social housing development on the European garden apartment model, closer to what Bauer had seen in her studies of Vienna and Northern Europe. So he's amplifying that by surrounding it with these new buildings, but he's building those buildings in a way that he thinks is harmonious with Cochrane Gardens, but also with the vernacular city around it. So these buildings are of red brick, which is a traditional St. Louis building material, one of the few you'll see in a lot of these older neighborhoods. He's trying to also reduce the dominance of the form over the ground plane and within the city. He's trying to avoid a monolithic site. The balconies here, he said, add visual complexity to the form and useful space for the residents. His ground plan is asymmetric, to try to avoid the sort of imposition of a very heavy modernist form on this site. Here's the towers under construction in 1951. And here's the site plan showing, that while Yamasaki has achieved some asymmetry, the general orientation of the buildings are on the north-south axis and really do repeat the sort of Zeilenbau or barracks-like planning that's common to housing in the United States. But you'll notice the tower locations are staggered. This would not be achieved quite as well at Pruitt-Igoe. And inside, the plans are actually on double-loaded corridors, which Yamasaki felt would make for a better living environment, like his protege, Gio Obata, who had also designed several housing developments. Yamasaki believed that people wanted to feel enclosed on their journey to their house, and that too much open space and visibility would create sort of an unbounded feeling. And that he thought the residents of a place like St. Louis were used to walking up stairs to their dwelling units, entering off of corridors, and that, you know, these traits have, to him, some useful purpose, which is, you know, to make people feel safe on the journey home. So these double-loaded corridors to him are very intentional. They're not just sort of bureaucratic contraptions. In so doing, he was able to give every unit an external balcony, circulation through these center cores, and the dwelling units spared no expense on the window planes, being these large panes of glass, doors to the balconies. Even though these are double-loaded corridors, the apartments are filled with natural sunlight, large windows in every room, and fairly, decent modern finishes, plastered walls and ceilings, very sort of modern interiors, commensurate with the finest of high-rise development for the middle and upper classes at the same time. And on the ground below, a successful program of tree plantings, playgrounds. This development was seen as a huge success. It won the gold medal from the St. Louis American Institute of Architects chapter and an honorable mention in the Architectural League of New York's competition in 1953. In the end, there are 34 units per acre, and so that achieves some of Yamasaki's goals in that earlier article from Journal of Housing. And 3,000 residents are living in 704 units. So it's a very successful project to Yamasaki, but to the Public Housing Administration, it's too small. They think you have 704 units, which is, for a city like St. Louis at the time, a population of 856,000, that would be such a slow rate of change that they think that the next two projects for St. Louis ought to be ramped up in scale and also speed of production. And so Yamasaki's firm wins the next 3 contracts, actually, but the 2 on deck are the Pruitt Homes and the Igo Apartments, which are later sort of merged into this Pruitt-Igo development that hyphenates those 2 names, and then the Vaughn Apartments to the east. And we won't talk much about the Vaughn Apartments, but you can see by 1957, Yamasaki's already breaking from the Zeilenbau approach to these X and Y-shaped irregular forms. So breaking, back to the double-loaded corridor, exploring multiple points of entry. You can see these sort of segmental entrances to those buildings as opposed to the central entrance at Pruitt-Igo and Cochrane Gardens. So maybe some lessons have been learned. One other thing to point out in this context, politically, St. Louis is still a segregated city. And so the reason for Pruitt and Igo originally being 2 separate developments is that each project is racially segregated. And so Cochrane was built for white families in a white slum. Here we have the black slum at the south. So the Pruitt homes are named for an aviator, a black aviator from St. Louis who was a war hero in World War II. And it's adjacent to the black slum neighborhoods. The Igo apartments are named for a white congressman, and they're adjacent to white middle class and working class neighborhoods to the north. So this is a very segregatory project, and the street that's left in between the 2 dwellings is a racial dividing line. And Vaughn would be built for black residents. All of this would hold until about 1955, where 2 days after Christmas, a local judge ruled the segregation of St. Louis housing projects to be unconstitutional. In the previous year, the United States Supreme Court ruled that no public buildings in the United States could be segregated any longer. But St. Louis continued for another year and had to be forced by a court to integrate. Here's a different view of Pruitt-Igo looking to the east, and you see that Yamasaki's housing towers here are much more regimented in arrangement, although he does differentiate every other building with a slightly staggered approach, although each corner of the towers actually are joined, so there's no through passage possible at those points. These are actually interconnected, creating a very monolithic sort of feeling. He wanted to maintain the historic east-west street orientation here, so the buildings are placed on these east-west orientations, which sort of create these wide, sort of formless open landscapes between the towers. further heightening the sort of standardization. There's no enclosure at the ends to create a more pleasant or defined courtyard space. Originally, Yamasaki wanted to avoid all of that, and he wanted to balance 6-story buildings with 2- and 3-story buildings and place families in the 2- or 3-story buildings. It seems like maybe Catherine Bauer got through to him a little bit. He thought the family should be the closest to the first floor or the ground level. And he saw the high-rises as housing single families, couples, and the elderly. But in the end, the Public Housing Administration ordered this to be built with a standard building type. 11 33-story buildings will be built, and they came in 2 sort of arrangements of the same module, a 180-foot long module that could be combined into a double tower, and that was the only difference in the 2 forms. This image shows one of Yamasaki's first impulses to break up the monotony, which is to create a variegation of 3 brick tones so that he thought every building would have its own different color, that we wouldn't put any buildings next to each other with the same color, so that people would have a sense that their building was a unique unit. They were coming home to a community of people that had some identity in the development, even if it was just a different tone of brick from the next door building. He thought that would make somewhat of a difference. He also faced every building to the south, giving it strong solar orientation and creating these galleries in the sky, which you see are on every 3rd floor has one of these south-facing galleries, which was the full width of the building. He called these vertical streets and borrowed the concept somewhat from Corbusier and other designers. I'm sure there are examples here of this approach. Consequently, he had the elevator skip every 2 floors, so that there's only elevators on the 4th, 7th, and 10th floors here, forcing people to walk up and down a flight of stairs to circulate. He thought this would encourage social interaction across floors and prevent the loneliness that might otherwise be in effect if you were just simply getting off the elevator and running to one of your units. Those are the 2 attributes that he really sort of had some freedom on to sort of push back against the monolith. Otherwise, everything else is boiled down to Public Housing Administration formulas that his firm did not really resist in the end. It was a good contract, right? And Yamasaki thought he could make the best of it. One thing you see here in this plan, we have 2 5-dwelling units, 5 bedroom units back to back. And the Public Housing Administration's thinking and the sort of limits of this approach are stark. They required 2 exposures for each unit, which was something Yamasaki had not done at Cochrane because he did think these corridors were necessary to create senses of enclosure. But here they did make, for some visible, some beautiful visibility across the city in the units. They, though, mandated each room have its own window, but you see, literally, that means 1 window per room. That's all that's required. So everything gets reduced to the lowest common denominator. Each apartment needed to have a kitchen separate from a living room, but for the 5 bedrooms and the 1 bedrooms, those are all the same size. So it's just a question of fungibility. How many bedrooms are you getting? Every dwelling also had to have 1 toilet, and in here you see there's only 1 toilet for a 5-bedroom, the same as a 1-bedroom, and those units are back to back. The toilets are back to back, and it's this strange sort of bureaucratic logic that really limits the architect's sort of role. Although the architect is designing this, this is really a spreadsheet come into spatial form more than any kind of holistic design. And it's certainly not embodying what the housers want to see. This approach to the new housing is more than just dwelling space. This is literally, a dwelling that comes out of a formula. You have to have 1 toilet, 1 window, and the maximum budget per unit is $1,750. So that means in the end, They actually reduce the furnishings, so those Cochrane units have plastered walls. In here, the walls are plastered, but the pipes are run exposed, including the warm radiator pipes. The floors are bare concrete in the end, and don't have any other sort of flooring approaches. And the galleries, they actually don't even plaster the galleries, so we have a sanitary tile approach to the lower level, to chair height, and then above it is unpainted concrete block and bare concrete floors. They're left in the early days, children are playing, and it seems like a more inviting space. At right, we have what it looks like 10 years later, where it's vandalized. Each corridor has a trash chute. The trash chutes are notoriously clogged. They're undersized because, again, the Public Housing Administration built them to the minimum specification. So they're too narrow to catch 11 stories worth of trash. It's usually clogged and backing up at the 4th story, 5th story into the hallway. The incinerators are always broken. Light fixtures, as you can see here, are broken, and we won't get into this question today, but there could be a whole book written about all of the different inventions for vandalism-proof light fixtures that Pruitt-Igoe ever considered by architects. And the Public Housing Authority in St. Louis still has all the drawings. You can go through them, and it's, well, we'll put a metal cage around them, and the kids would then just break the metal cage. Or we'd put a better metal cage, and at one point they learned that you could throw a cup of cold water and the bulb would break. So then they put them in plexiglass. Well, they figured out a way to burn the plexiglass with lighters. It's, again and again, and the elevators become, also the worst part of the building, and people are trying to run home because the elevators and these corridors become magnets for crime and criminal behavior. The other issue with the funding that plays at Pruitt-Igoe is that the Public Housing Administration provides funds only for construction, not for operation. This is the American bootstrap mentality gone awry, that the local authorities are not going to be subsidized by the federal government because that would create lazy activity. They would just take the federal money and sit around and spend it too lavishly. So it's like we were forcing them to be entrepreneurial. They have to make these towers survive by collecting rents and being good at their job. In the end, that meant that the only funds for maintenance are coming from rents. And residents at first are doing pretty well, but by the 1960s, the rent is eating up their income, and for some residents it's as much as 40%, and they go on a rent strike in 1969 and win a cap of income percentage at 35%. In the meantime, many residents have moved out because of substandard conditions. Other residents have withheld their rent during the strike. By the time the cap is put into place, it's insufficient. And Pruitt-Igoe goes from a maximum occupancy of 15,000 in 1956 to 8,000 by the end of the 1960s, and by 1974 there are only 800 families living in the 33 buildings. So the funds for maintenance are deteriorating from the very beginning. The last towers finished in 56. That's the only year there's occupancy above 90%. And then it's just a declination of resources to keep up with all the growing problems. And everyone moves out, and that's less money to fix the problems that are causing people to move out, and Pruitt-Igoe becomes financially unworkable, although potentially architecturally savable. So progressive architecture wrote, when Pruitt-Igoe was built, that one would have to have the dexterity of a magician to make something like that work, and in the end, it proves that Yamasaki did not have the rabbit to pull out of the hat with the project. And by the late 1960s, there's so much critique of this form of housing and its deficits that there's an entire movement in architecture to sort of reconsider and rebuild these post-war projects, led by Oscar Newman, who was a faculty member at this architecture school where I teach. At the time, he starts looking at Pruitt-Igoe and other projects, but then goes on to a large career advising the Department of Housing and Urban Development in the United States, making documentaries like the one the screen capture is taken from, where he looks at this council housing in the UK. And he goes around the world telling everybody that they've built horrible high-rise housing that is inadequate for human needs, but takes particular aim at the United States, where in his book, Defensible Space, he lays out this sort of theory that the high-rise, for all of its other deficits and problems, actually is the most criminal type of building in social housing, that the incident rate of crime is so much higher, and this is, to him, endemic to the actual design of the place itself. And so he looks at these developments and says that the ground plane development of architects like Yamasaki really did not consider safety and sense of individual security, that these sort of open spaces are difficult to surveil, they are under-programmed so people don't often congregate there, so they provide great opportunities for criminal behavior because there's not any kind of community use of these spaces. But he says the orientation of buildings, like at the left slide at this development in New York, these Zeilenbau approaches just create these unprotected, unsecured spaces between buildings, while the northern part of that project is an overcrowded mess where nobody has any space to recreate. And so he said these are both huge deficits to the high-rise. The open spaces that do exist have no sense of territoriality or ownership, so they're not used by anybody except for the criminals and vagrants and homeless, and that the spaces that are more densely packed and safer are so lifeless, nobody's using those either, right? So in Defensible Space, he calls for the complete reconstruction of high-rise public housing, and his theories would eventually lead to a movement to erase most of the high-rise public housing in the United States. More on that in a second. So in St. Louis, the Pruitt-Igoe condition is quite dire by the early 1970s, with the population decline, physical deterioration, not to mention the local investment continues to mount. In 1970, the city takes out a $7 million grant from the federal government to try to fix some of Pruitt-Igoe, adding play spaces. A couple years before that, they engaged a landscape architect, M. Paul Friedberg, to build adventure playgrounds at Pruitt-Igoe to try to create more amenities for the children, which one aspect of Pruitt-Igoe that came to the forefront through sociological studies is by the late 1960s, over 65% of the residents of Pruitt-Igoe are under the age of 18. So it's basically a built environment for children that was designed for adults and has nothing enticing for children or nothing safe and secure for children. So the problems are huge, but the city is following a sunk costs approach. They've spent $60 million in the beginning of federal money to build Pruitt-Igoe. That is 60% over the national average. So Pruitt-Igoe, the standardization led to a more expensive construction project, not a less expensive construction project. But they think it can be fixed and saved. They rebuff offers from a black-led community corporation who they want to take over 4 of the towers and have a resident cooperative. They think that the problem isn't architecture, it's ownership. It's the social and political forum. So if we can take 4 of these towers, we can make them work. And the local authorities want that to happen, but the federal government under President Richard Nixon says no. That would be embarrassing if a black neighborhood could do better at housing policy than the federal government. It would be, and that would be too politically incendiary. It would fuel the black radicals like the Black Panther Party into thinking they could take over the federal government. There could be a black president someday, at that rate, right? So they rebuff that. They also rebuff a proposal from the state of Missouri to buy Pruitt-Igoe towers for conversion into prison space, which those plans exist as well. Instead, they turn to Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill and its principal, Walter Netsch, a very accomplished modernist, especially in the Chicago area, with local architects including Charles Fleming, Harlan Bartholomew, planning firm, and they bring in anthropologists, including Mildred Hall and Wayne Vasey, a sociologist, to sort of study what went wrong and how it can be fixed. And everybody here is riffing off of Oscar Newman and his defensible space theories. And so in 1971 and 72, there's meetings with the remaining residents, with this expert team. They set up a field office, and they come up with this plan that we see it right. They want to transform Pruitt-Igoe from this heavy-handed modernist built environment to a more fluid, open space, something that actually starts to pull back and draw more upon the Garden City movement of the 1920s and 30s that Clarence Stein, Catherine Bauer, and others had championed. And then the built forms would sort of be reconfigured. There's a recombinant approach to the towers where they're actually going to slice towers into halves. Only, I think in the end, 2 of the buildings would be retained as is for senior residents. Right, you can see they would take that corner of 2 towers and knock down most of the 2 towers and create these 2 slender little towers, peppering the ground and plain in between with low-rise apartment buildings with walk-ups, these sort of brutalist constructions, and then these 2-story townhouses. So a reversion to Yamasaki's earliest thinking about the site, to mix high-rise and low-rise forms. Also a reduction in the scale of the project. So there'd be only 1,000 apartments, over 1,000, where before there were 2,900. There'd also be the introduction of shops and amenities, which had been prohibited by the housing authority. So all of these housing developments in the US could not have commercial leases or uses. So they're very isolated. And in the end, one critic said this would make Pruitt-Igoe a neighborhood instead of a project. And it's striking how much this does revert to what Yamasaki would have intended in the beginning. I guess, pole ikad nego nikad, right? So that's never envisioned, though. This never would happen. Instead, the demolition experiments shown it right, that we're actually in support of Pruitt-Igoe becoming this new neighborhood. Encouraged the federal government to think of demolishing the rest of the project wholesale. And these images became extremely embarrassing to the local housing authority and the federal government, because the press interpreted this as the mission of failure. They're now blowing up buildings that aren't yet 20 years old. That, 20 years ago were in the architectural press as symbols of completion and of this goal of social modernization. Now they're being blown up on national TV. Americans watch this on the national nightly news. The cover of the New York Times the next day has this Associated Press, one of these images showing the Gateway Arch in St. Louis in the background, and modernism literally being blown up in the foreground. And so President Richard Nixon orders the rest of the project demolished as a symbol of embarrassment. And so you might have seen the film Koyaanisqatsi. There's this sort of flyover sequence with ominous Philip Glass soundtrack, and that's what you see when Pruitt-Igoe is completely abandoned, and the city decides we're done with this project. The only thing to do is blow it up, which then further stigmatizes these high-rise form, and then a new narrative is written in which the high-rise is seen as completely intractably failure at providing housing. This narrative does not really consider the fact that, unlike other parts of the world in the United States, to appease the capitalist real estate industry, one of the deals that has to be struck to produce this kind of housing is to not compete with capitalist alternatives. So housing authorities are not allowed to lease these units to middle class and upper class residents. So there's no class mixing in these buildings, not to mention the racial issue. In most of these projects, when they are desegregated, like in St. Louis, most of the white families move out. And so Pruitt-Igoe goes from half and half to 98% black in 2 years. And most of these become concentrations of, families with extremely low social mobility, rather than mixed class, total built environments. Now, it's interesting, in retrospect, though, to look at the juxtaposition of the demolition at Pruitt-Igoe and this sort of narrative coinciding with the completion of Co-op City in the Bronx. So Co-op City in New York, completed across the course of 7 years, in some ways looks like it would be just as bad as Pruitt-Igoe in theory, but it's actually produced under different federal public housing dollars. It's produced under a program in New York City called Mitchell-Lama, where the state government, not the federal government, is providing funding to produce resident-owned co-ops. So this is all cooperative housing. Some of it's owned and some of it's rented, but everyone has a vote in questions of maintenance, landscaping, and ownership of place. And so Co-op City balances the high and low-rise forms, much as what Pruitt-Igoe might have become if it had been reconstructed. But with resident sort of management of the space. You can see in these images, which I took in June of this year, the landscape is lush, the open spaces are cherished, people use these spaces to congregate, sit, and play. The buildings are in immaculate condition. The high-rise and low-rise alike are both doing very, very well. There's almost no deterioration, yet it's, you know, it could very well be the same kind of nightmare as a place like Pruitt-Igoe. But the press, the same year as Pruitt-Igoe is being demolished, does not publish, you know, coverage of how successful Co-op City is about to become. Nonetheless, this model gets some thinking changed, and at Cochrane Gardens, Yamasaki's older project in St. Louis, the tenants do create a tenant management corporation, and they take over the management from the local housing authority, and it's very successful through the 1980s. But then it's hijacked by the neoliberal agenda of Ronald Reagan and then George Bush, the first George Bush, who then think tenant management is a way for the government to sort of shove its responsibilities onto the residents themselves, and then the residents are showing proper initiative in the American way. And it becomes sort of not a model of maintenance of public housing, but a first step toward dismantling the public aspect. And then the other end is the residents are accused by the local press of misallocating the money in their hands. That the head of the tenant management corporation took a vacation to New York City, and they're like, well, that's public housing residents shouldn't be going to New York City. They should be staying in St. Louis. You know, middle class people go to New York City, but public housing residents, it's too nice for them. And so she was forced out through a fake scandal that based on all of this. So tenant management is thrown out the window in favor of a different approach to high-rises, which is to eliminate them completely. In 1989, the city of Boston's housing authority experiments with demolishing supposedly failed high-rise forms at Columbia Point, and they lease the site to a private developer who builds some market rate infill housing, some public housing, and some commercial space. And this is seen by the Republican Party as a successful remix of the question, because private market forces are now put into the equation. The public housing is diminished. You know, these projects often would return only about 1/3 of the number of units that have been demolished. So if the slum clearance would take people out and reduce the population, then this reduces it even further and creates opportunities for increased land capitalization. And, you know, again, these sites had sat in a lot of cases for 40 years as truly public sites where the real estate market couldn't get any foothold in the land. Also, by the 1990s, in many cities, housing projects built when the surrounding neighborhoods surrounding the center were the worst. Now the surrounding areas surrounding the center are highly valued, and the capitalist market wants another crack at these areas. So this era of reconstruction fits several real estate market agendas. And this is enshrined in federal law in the 1990s as a program called Housing Opportunities for People Everywhere, or HOPE VI, or HOPE 6. Which I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase. PJ Harvey has an album that's actually about this, so if you want some pop culture take on it. But HOPE 6, as it's called, is enshrined by President Bill Clinton, who, not to be outdone by the Republicans at dismantling public housing, takes aim at all the remaining towers, and his housing secretary, Henry Cisneros, creates a set of standards for reevaluating the towers that nobody could ever pass. It's designed to eliminate housing because it predicates receiving further funds for maintenance on a formal agreement with the federal government to demolish every housing tower and replace that with traditional new urbanist infill, or supposed neo-traditional housing. So the low-rise is now the official policy of the federal government, and all across the country, like the Scudder homes in Newark, the repeat of the Pruitt-Igoe blast again and again, and often in the same strange manner, this time as a celebration, not as an embarrassment. There are many videos you'll find on YouTube of mayors toasting with champagne as their housing is blown up. Because what's going to replace it is supposed to fix all the problems of criminality, low standards of maintenance, and poverty. And unfortunately, one of the projects that is demolished under HOPE 6 would be Yamasaki's Cochrane Gardens. In the end, many residents actually would favor demolition, although many still opposed it. These towers were demolished starting in the late 1990s and replaced with this development here, which was renamed. Every one of these projects not only gains new architectural appearance that's supposedly based on traditional architecture, although many of these are interchangeable. If you go to New York, Philadelphia, or West Virginia, it's the same traditional architecture. And so the accusation of people like Oscar Newman that modernism is this sort of universalizing, cold and sterile, well, this neo-traditionalism is now being applied in a universalist manner. This is not based on any precedent in St. Louis. You would not have found housing that you see in the foreground in St. Louis historically. I don't know where this comes from, but they also rename everything, and so Cochrane Gardens has been renamed Cambridge Heights, a place name that has no relationship to the residents who live here, who are, you know, the rehoused residents today are still almost 99% black, mostly poor, a lot of single mother-headed households. So I don't know why it's called Cambridge Heights. Maybe Oxford Heights was already taken. And the last tower was this elderly tower here that survived through demolition, but in the end, the Housing Authority wouldn't let it go. The residents here wanted to stay. You can see they had actually received a federal grant in the 80s to enclose their balconies into sunrooms with this copper cladding. I'm not so sure about that. Those spaces were not very attractive on the interior. I actually was involved in this in a professional capacity when the State Historic Preservation Office in Missouri ruled that this building was eligible to be inscribed as heritage, which does not prevent demolition in the United States. It simply forces the local government to then go through a mitigation process. So in this case, we had to prepare a report, a history of Cochrane Gardens, and then document this building to certain standards for floor plans and photographic documentation. And that's all that's needed to tear down heritage in the United States using public money. And so this is the new ground plan of Cambridge Heights, where if the modernists were too friendly to the cars and too ignorant of the actual needs of the ground plan, I fail to see this as any kind of improvement. Now we have these buildings that encircle the centers of blocks, which is one of Oscar Newman's strong theories, that you have to have enclosed space and you have to have a clear sense of belonging and disbelonging. So to get into these centers, there are large gates that only the residents have codes to. But what do you get into? They're all vehicle parking lots with flimsy strips of grass around the dwelling units where the residents are not allowed to plant their own flowers. So everybody has the same hedge and are not even allowed to put their child's play things in the ground out in front. So this is supposed to represent a triumph over the sterility and lack of functionality of the high-rise development. And the only multi-story building allowed is the senior housing building here, which is in some vaguely I don't know what this is supposed to be. Again, architecturally has no relationship to place, but don't tell the new urbanists that. They think that this is a really connects to, you know, an architecture of place. So in the end, you know, in St. Louis and most American cities, you'll never find another high-rise building. They're all gone. Even when we visit Chicago in May, we'll see a lot of low-rise developments and the sites of former high-rise projects that look just like this now in reconfiguration. There's also, or there's only really remaining high-rise housing in New York City. And ironically, it's doing very well. And Nicholas Dagan-Bloom, urban historian, did an intensive study of the New York City Housing Authority, looking at maintenance practices. He published a book called Public Housing That Worked, which, you know, maybe only in the United States do you need to publish a book with that title to convince people that public housing is a good thing. But he studied the maintenance practices and found that while high-rises were more expensive to maintain, it had different challenges, that nobody in the New York City Housing Authority maintenance office considered high-rises impossible to manage, or considered them to have greater deficits in area of rent delinquency, condition, crime occurrence, or elevator maintenance than shorter buildings at a lower form. So he says that to the people who actually run these projects, there's really no functional distinction between high-rise and low-rise. Mostly it's a building by building. It depends on who lives there and how well it's treated. So maybe this earlier dichotomy is sort of a false one. I'm going to wrap up here on concluding thoughts. This is Open Mike Eagle's album, which is based on Cabrini Green in Chicago, but this actually is literally a sort of a model of Pruitt-Igoe towers becoming human beings who live in public housing with the adventure playground in the front. That is actually the space very closely on what M. Paul Friedberg designed at Pruitt-Igoe in the 1960s. So somebody did research to make this cover. It's very nice. But so to some extent, this debate over form really is centered on architecture as a discipline needing to assert that its expertise is the primary expertise needed for this project of social modernization. In other ways, this debate is really a productive one because it really then draws sociologists, anthropologists, psychologists, political thinkers into design discussions and dialogues, given the nature of social housing, which then translates to other types of buildings and a much more robust sort of engagement of these disciplines with architecture. And then in turn, architecture's influenced and environmental design and even the new urbanist movement, sort of take a lot of cues from interdisciplinary thinking. And entire schools like University of California, Berkeley have remade their architecture programs around these interdisciplinary inquiries. Not many, but several have. So this kind of debate, I think, was very useful for the discipline. And expertise is not contested as much as expanded and acknowledged to be really spread across disciplines. That the question of housing cannot be resolved by one discipline alone. And a sad note, of course, to all this is that the debate became less relevant because the earlier thinking that cities were going to continue to grow and that this housing production was an essential part of stable urbanization fell apart as cities lost population and became stuck in prolonged decline, which is why those low-rise forms today seem more applicable, is because the residents of a city like St. Louis went from 856,000 residents in 1950 to 304,000 today. So the need for Pruitt-Igoe was a miscalculation. The need for Cochrane Gardens even was too much. The housing trends were actually headed the other way, in part because the government was subsidizing the escape from the cities for more affluent people at the same time. And in terms of public housing today, the high-rise is actually fallen from favor to the point where it's completely banned in the public sense. But the new urbanist approach seems to really fail to embody the kind of sensitivity that the housers wanted to see in the low-rise. It seems to be much more a sort of reconstitution of the bureaucratic thinking that plagued Yamasaki and other architects, so very formulaic. But in terms of the overall debate about high-rises, while public housing has moved on from the question of the viability of the high-rise as an American housing form is also maybe alive and well, but in a different way, where the high-rise is now epitomizing the excess of investor-led capitalism, and this building in New York apparently is a horrifying hellhole. Much like Pruitt-Igoe. Will we see it exploded with dynamite? I doubt it. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
So, Michael, your lecture was, I think, thank you. So, Michael, your lecture was long enough for us to decide not to put on the short film. We decided, so you compensated for the lack of one lecture. So I suggest, I don't know what how the public feels, that we can have a small discussion now, and then since our colleague Dragana Mecanov is currently on a plane to the United States, she filmed her presentation so we can hear it, but since it's a bit different topic, it's a comparison between Brasilia and New Belgrade, we can probably have a discussion now and then continue with her presentation and maybe discuss a bit, and then it will be the end of the first block. So, any questions? Well, if you're shy, I will begin with my comments. So I'll just, I don't know if this is possible. Is it okay? So just to see what my notes are. So, Michael, you mentioned a lot of people being displaced, and well, your whole lecture, I was thinking about the cases in Yugoslavia and comparing situations. So, for example, also in Yugoslavia, a lot of people were displaced, and some old neighborhoods were being demolished. Fortunately, there was enough, basically unused areas, so-called green fields, for architects to build from zero, such as is the example of New Belgrade. What my thoughts about that was thinking about how many people were displaced and relocated. It is interesting that here there was a debate on designing single-family houses opposed to the high-rise, so the high-rise and low-rise, while here we had this situation where the single-family units were described as a bourgeois concept and as such being inadequate. So the high-rise was something very favorable in many ways, but also in a socialist concept, it was something that was very adequate for the current state. So we never had that debate. On the other hand, I will talk about the alternatives and the illegal housing at that period, but that will be, I'm saving that for my lecture. So why do you think Americans preferred that agrarian or more rural to urban housing? That's something I find fascinating, because here I don't think that's maybe recently, but usually it's people constantly migrating from rural to urban areas and the desire to live in the big city. So that's my question.
Good question. Yeah, and I think first I want to say that to that point, in terms of modernism in the United States, the most famous modernist remains Frank Lloyd Wright, who is, resolutely agrarian and anti-urban. So I think, even in the conception of what's desirable modernism today, it's very heavily weighted against the high-rise, even against just urban form altogether. And you have, wonderful work here with Docomomo, Serbia. We have many parallel organizations in the US, and so many of them are sort of, ranch house enthusiast clubs. It's all suburban churches, suburban architecture, beautiful, important. But many of these groups just omit the cities where a lot of interesting modernism still exists. But I think we have this fundamental issue, the national sort of inheritance of this earlier debate at the founding of the country between the agrarians epitomized by Thomas Jefferson and the urbanists epitomized by Alexander Hamilton on what kind of country this was going to be. The Jeffersonian sort of ideal of the planter living in a close relationship to the land is also wrapped up in questions of race and power. It's a question of really, in a lot of ways, of slavery versus freedom, because Jefferson's world is quietly a slave society, where the farmer's not farming his own land; he's enforcing other human beings to do that. And Hamilton is envisioning, a world where the cities liberate people from their class and racial positions, where through hard work and saving you can transcend class structure. So I think that's interesting sort of backdrop to all of this, that we still maybe privilege the agrarian as representing a much more idealized sense of personal attainment, wealth, and class, and the city with its potentially dangerous and uncontrollable mixing of people and shifts in class position has always been a little disfavored. But I think in the 20th century, there's also the reformers like Bauer are certainly not Jeffersonian. They're much more Hamiltonian in that question, but they are watching the sort of real problems of overcrowding. One of the pivotal events in the United States is the so-called Spanish influenza pandemic in 1918, where the close proximity of overcrowding is actually leading to higher death tolls for cities. And the same thing with tuberculosis and other diseases. So that's a huge sort of factor, I think, in housing policy, of that, that overcrowding in the cities is really, literally killing off the working class and the poor and immigrants who are pushed into this substandard housing. And that open space is seen as necessary for public health as much as for aesthetic or social reasons. But I also think the high-rise form from the very beginning was saddled with the mythology that it somehow was communist or socialist inherently. And it's not in this talk, but other talks that you've seen. I know I've talked about the post-war backlash, or post-World War II backlash to high-rises from right-wing figures in American politics who said that this is Soviet-style planning and Soviet-style architecture. Interestingly enough, at the time, Stalin was still favoring Baroque ornamental in his high-rises, and it would be Khrushchev who would actually look at the U.S. and move to a more international-style modernism. But I think that's something that has really stuck with the high-rise form in public consciousness. And today, so many accounts will, if Pruitt-Igoe or other, or Cabrini Green in Chicago, have to lay on the idea that it was Soviet style or communist looking. That then, of course, is anathema to many Americans who really, in this Cold War framework that is not over, really think that, well, that's the other. We are not communists. We are not socialists. We don't have a permeability. We have a curtain, a wall between us and that. And I think that's why the high-rise becomes really stigmatized politically, is it's not supposed to be in this country. We're a free country.
Regarding your comment on tuberculosis, I think it was the same in Europe, and still there was no such thing as, we need to, there was a movement that architects fought for healthy, functional apartments that fit the standards, so that this issue with tuberculosis and other diseases would be addressed adequately. But there was no talking about that the high rises in any way inadequate. So like the case in Yugoslavia with the single family houses being targeted as bourgeois, the same thing was in the United States with the high rise, I think. And on the other hand, I also find the fact that there is a culture of individualism in the United States that nurtures this single family house. Everyone has their own room, everyone has their own bathroom, and a lot of space, which is not the luxury Europe has, for example, at least most countries in Europe. So any comments? Please feel free to ask a question or make a comment. Please.
Why was the last one?
Angela.
Yeah, thank So I get the context of the first one demolished towers, but why was the last one demolished, given the fact that there is no, to that extent, racial injustice and class dividends in 20, I'm not sure which year that was with the last tower. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, good question. And there was even one tower after this in St. Louis demolished. Similar situation. And at this point, it is simply the reason for this is the federal government will not provide funding for renovation of this building. They would only provide funding for its demolition and replacement. And so while the building had been remodeled when they put the copper cladding on the balconies, and it needed a lot of updates. Many of these units by then were actually carpeted. Carpeting was aging, the cabinets and the kitchens. Residents wanted to just remodel the building, but the federal government, by then had said the only money we're giving you is to tear this down. Even though this was entirely occupied by senior citizens living alone, or maybe a couple couples, but mostly individuals just living alone in these small apartments. Very quiet, elevator-served building, perfect for the elderly. It had to come down, and this is what replaced it. This is now where the elderly live, and that's just because the federal government decided, it's not enough just to take down the ones, where the families are living, maybe where there's more crime. We have to take every last one down. Even the other one that was torn down at the same time in St. Louis was also an elderly tower. No calls for police service, like very safe buildings. So this sort of one-size-fits-all approach was just in full effect, and the federal government's desire was to see these last ones gone. And in other cases, they've actually pushed housing authorities that have not wanted to tear down their last tower. They'd like to say, hey, we'll give you even more money. We'll give you incentives to tear these down, because it's now seen as this sort of triumph over the towers, that this tower is so embarrassing, supposedly so horrible, such a symbol of hopelessness and urban poverty and crime, that we want to put this fresh face on. One of the long questions I have about this is that this platform-framed construction, this is a wooden building with brick veneer, is designed for a 30 to 40 year lifespan, and these reinforced concrete slab towers could last hundreds of years. So what happens when this building needs a major update? Right, or more likely, given the direction of housing funding in the US, they tear it down and do not replace it and force people into market housing. The last 4 years, Donald Trump's housing policies, they went after even low-rise housing and tried to tear it down. And the number of public housing units in the United States has dropped since this Hope 6 program was initiated, from something over 2 million to slightly under 1 million. So over 1 million units of housing were completely gone and eliminated. Some of them, replaced with housing vouchers now, which is the preferred model in the US, is to give you the money to go rent from a private landlord, but the private landlords then they know how much they can get from the housing authorities, and they raise the rent to a much higher than even the market would cost. And so I'm very afraid that in the end it's just erase this public housing altogether. But maybe we'll get some next version of this. It'll be interesting to see what's the architectural fad of the time. But it's so unsustainable, and unfortunately, the architectural profession. If Yamasaki was interested in the commissions, architects love this stuff. Architects have been at the forefront of pushing for tearing the towers down, because they want to commission and they want to get published as solving the current problem in housing, which is building something once and maintaining it for a long period of time is something the United States is not very good at, because we want new, we want novel, and we want opportunities to make money off of things. So public goods are not very popular.
Okay. Any more questions? Yeah, okay.
So you mentioned the pros for high-rise buildings, and in their heyday when they were constructed, was community ever mentioned as a plus side, like as something that was beneficial? Because here on the other side of the Iron Curtain, we saw an extreme, like a monstrous level of community within the buildings, where in the 70s or in the 80s, art groups and let's say like art directions came to rise in Russia, given the lack of privacy, given the extreme community within the buildings with the thin walls and the joined corridors. So I was just wondering, was community ever mentioned as a plus side to high-rise buildings?
Thank you. Yes. Yes, but not typically in sort of authorized discourses like architecture. Sometimes the sociologists wrote about that, but a lot of our documentation of community comes through the residents themselves, and high-rises have, and I think there's probably a parallel here, a certain position in certain genres of music like hip-hop and rap, where many groups come out of these towers and are very proud of the towers and very much about tower culture. And even before that, in the 1960s, there's at Pruitt-Igoe, there was a rhythm and blues band that all the members met because they lived at Pruitt-Igoe, and so on and so forth. Artist groups, you know, political collectives, churches even. There's a strange church in St. Louis of black Mennonites that started at Pruitt-Igoe and brought a Canadian pastor because American Mennonite pastors were too racist, wouldn't work with black residents. They brought a Canadian. He came and moved to St. Louis, and eventually they moved out of Pruitt-Igoe and bought an older church, but they still exist like 2 blocks from where Pruitt-Igoe stood. So there's huge community that's just, it's seen as informal and, you know, and not significant enough to prevent the loss of these buildings. But, you know, there's a Pruitt-Igoe residents reunion, Cabrini Green in Chicago, which is another famous one, to this day, and they're packed. People love it, you know. Even with the problems acknowledged, there's a lot of human connections that were made, you know, despite the family's bathrooms sharing, you know, having the wall between them, and you know, you wouldn't even know your neighbor through that wall, right? But it seems like, just like any other neighborhood in urban America, there's a lot came out of these, and that's very much overlooked by a lot of the narratives because they focus so much on architecture. I think architecture's given so much weight by its own sort of claims about housing.
So this is more of a comment than a question. I'm sorry, I was a little late, so I couldn't hear in the entirety of your lecture. But what I could hear and what I was very happy about, that you instantly began talking a lot about music and about art and the art in the album covers even. And I just wanted to say that there is so many ways in which music and music covers and music albums, records can impact the mind of the youth, the mind of the people in that time. And the other day, for instance, I discovered by accident this album from OMD, the famous band from the 80s, Dazzle Ships. And you know, it talks about the Cold War, it talks about the music concrete, the raw material of music that is put into the record, and it sends a certain message. It is very political, very experimental, but it sends a strong message, and it obviously lasts in the other generations. And I just am saying that I am very happy for that, and I'm looking forward for more mentions of art and of music in this context in the next 2 days and today. Okay.
Thank you, Sofia. Okay, I think we can continue with our next lecture. Just let me put it on.
Hello to everyone. My name is Dragana Mecanov. I am an architect and a researcher. Thank you, Vladana and Michael Allan, for this very interesting conference and workshop. Unfortunately, I cannot attend a cultural center in Belgrade today, but I hope that my presentation will be interesting for you. My presentation is a comparative analysis of housing blocks in Brasilia and Belgrade. I will talk about the concept of radiant city. It's very important for this topic. So, as you can see, this is a famous Le Corbusier illustration from a Kenneth Frampton book. Something about the history, why is it so important, superquadra, about the general characteristics of the neighborhood unit, about experimental blocks in New Belgrade, apartment in superquadra 308, so the settlement of the sun, and on the end about the superquadra today and blocks 1 and 2 in New Belgrade today. So, as you can see, this is a plan of Brasilia, and a typical block 308 south is here on the south wing. Here you can see a typical block 308, and 4 blocks represent a typical neighborhood unit. So, Le Corbusier ideas, which reached their ultimate form with the radiant city, proposed nothing less than the complete deconstruction and replacement of cities with his concept of perfect ordered environments. His functionalist ideology also appeared in the emphasis of raw geometry and opposition to decoration of any sort, separating the architecture from any pre-existing culture. In his view, a building must serve as a machine built to fulfill its purpose in the most economical way possible. He wanted to bring the Industrial Revolution to architecture, mass-producing buildings, and later cities like cars or light bulbs. Theoretically, high-rise buildings and tower slab concept we connect with his contemporary city, a universal concept for a city of 3 million. The culmination of the Le Corbusier plans is the Radiant City, published in 1933. The complex universal plan went into more detail on every piece of the city than any previous plot, with a special focus on life in the city and residential spaces. Employing geometry, design, and repetition, housing a mere difference, this and Corbusier previous design, is constrained at 14 square meters to a person. The apartments are in long, geometric 14-story buildings. Monotony, he insists, streets, again suspended in the air, on a definitely spaced grid will disrupt. So, for the beginning, I have to tell you something about the history of Brasilia. There are 3 historical people most significant for the concept, initiative, and the beginning of Brasilia. Juscelino Kubitschek was a mayor of the city Belo Horizonte. In the period after World War II, he was the candidate for Brazil president. Lucio Costa, his work and life is associated with Rio de Janeiro, which was at that time the capital of Brazil. Most of his work was focused on theory, and he had a really huge knowledge about the human nature and urbanism. Oscar Niemeyer, in his early career, was interested in working in Costa's studio. He came to his office, knocked the door, but at that time, since Costa had no projects and his financial situation wasn't particularly good, he explained that he couldn't afford to hire him. However, Niemeyer wasn't disappointed. Since he had a huge desire to work with Costa and learn from him, Niemeyer proposed to Costa to pay him to come and have a chance to work. After the initial period, the following few years, Niemeyer spent as an architect in Belo Horizonte, where at the time Kubitschek was a city mayor. So those three persons are connected in the period before 50s and Brasilia constructions. First, initial ideas of new capital are from 19th century, but never realized. During the presidential campaign at 1955 in town Goiânia, in one of the election speeches, one person from audience tossed a question, what will be with Brasilia? Kubitschek just responded, we are going to build it. And after that, the following year, 1956, he won the elections and organized the competition for Brasilia. This competition was won by Lucio Costa with sending just few sketches, but with complete ideas described on 8 pages. Oscar Niemeyer was ahead of the construction directorate. So Lucio Costa archive documentation contain sketches for prototype of housing block. The prototype for Brasilia was captured by Lucio Costa's 1957 competition entry that constitute no more than a written description, a few sketches and a drawing of the superquadra. So if you need more information, author Martino Tattara describes Costa's vision for the city's residential blocks that so effectively defined the urban realm of Brazil's new capital. Through a text, the competition report, a few sketches, and the drawing of the plan of the city, the architect was able to clearly describe at once all that was necessary to initiate and control the development of a city that a few years later would become the administrative and symbolic capital of the country. And today it's 6th largest metropolitan region. His residential system would not be formed by the linear disposition of urban blocks, but rather by a superquadra, the large-scale 300 meters with 300 meters urban block. The height of the buildings over 6 floors, led to the definition of the scale of each block, controlling both the quality of open space and the variation of the number of inhabitants. The green belt along the perimeter of every block. The relationship between the landscape and the isolated building, the overall scale of the urban composition, the right to mobility, the simple rule dictating of the necessity for every residential building of land underground by means of pillars, and the collective dimension of the horizontal plane. Those were not only rules for the architects who would build all the remaining quadras along the city's residential axis, but the architectural devices that define what can be identified as an urban typology. So on this picture you can see first works in Brasilia and also highway Belém-Brasilia under construction. Here you can see a typical block, Superquadra 308, and neighborhood, 4 typical blocks. This is a model from the museum. There are hundreds and hundreds of papers and scientific works. All of them are very interesting, with very interesting analysis. On the other side, in Europe, in Yugoslavia, experimental blocks 1 and 2 in New Belgrade were built in the period from 1958 to 1963. At that time, significant changes in the discourse of Yugoslav architecture took place, and so this urbanistic architectural unit represents a testament to the changes in the main direction of the modern movement in architecture and urban planning. From a conceptual point, those blocks will prove to be emblematic because of the beginning of the practice of industrialized precast construction, the adoption of the principles of prefabrication and typification, which will later become the conditio sine qua non of the entire New Belgrade residential building. Here, on this drawing, you can see orthogonal shapes of the residential buildings and organic forms of landscape design. This is a central zone of New Belgrade, and the concept of a tower and slab. On the corners we have towers, and in the block we have slabs, like on this sketch. This is a typical block in Brazil, Brasilia, Superquadra 308. Roberto Burle Marx from Brasilia was landscape designer and landscape engineer. Interesting fact is that although Yugoslavia did have so famous author of landscape design like Roberto Burle Marx, there were still interesting examples and parks, especially in central zone of New Belgrade. Here you can enjoy landscape design in Superquadra in Brasilia. And also, I would like to show you typical apartment in Superquadra 308. As you can see, sun, wind, shadows are incorporated in the design of typical apartment. Also, one more characteristic is that you have two separate entries, main entry and entry for housekeeping, empregada. Minimal size for the room, empregada, housekeeping room, is only 4 square meters in Brasilia. On the other side, in Yugoslavia, we do not have plans for, in the period after World War II, we do not have plans with a separate room for housekeeping, but and at the same time, minimal size for a room is more than 6 square meters. Today, there are a lot of interesting examples and very successful renovation of typical apartment in Superquadra 308. Now I would like to show you a comparison between Superquadra 308 block principles and on the other side experimental blocks 1 and 2 from the same period. So in Superquadra we have 6-floor horizontal buildings, and in New Belgrade we have a tower and slab concept. In Superquadra, landscape design is a primary motive. And in New Belgrade, landscape design is not a primary motive, but it will become in the block 28, for example. In both of examples, we have a hierarchy of traffic, we have skeleton frame construction system, we have a precast industrial construction system, We have in Brasilia free design of ground plans, so one of the Le Corbusier main 5 principles, and in New Belgrade it will be applied in block 21 first time, and we have a free design of facade in both of examples, horizontal windows, and one more characteristics, elements of the passive architecture including analysis of the sun, wind, shadows are incorporated in design. And in Belgrade, elements of passive architecture including analysis of the sun, wind and shadows will be applied in later period, in 70s and 80s, in the block 19A and settlement Serak. Here we have one more comparative analysis. So average apartments in Brasilia are bigger with small room for empregada, housekeeper. And in Belgrade, average apartments are smaller, but it will become bigger in next period. And also in Brasilia, we have skeleton frame construction systems with pillows, and in New Belgrade we have a skeleton frame construction, but in later period we have also panel frame system. One more interesting thing is the artist Atos Bolchau. He was a public artist, interior designer, and who collaborated with Oscar Niemeyer. And here you can see very interesting examples of his design in Brasilia. In Belgrade, although in New Belgrade we do not have so famous author of tiles design like Atos Bolchau, there are very still interesting examples in New Belgrade blocks. And I would like to show you one interesting picture. It's a mural created by Lazar Vuiaclea. He was a painter, artist and illustrator, and his murals are on Genex Tower on New Belgrade. In the later period, the next stage of development in New Belgrade, we have new concept of urban design and of housing blocks. We have a concept of stem and cluster. So we can connect it more with the concept of radiant city. Here we have a period of heroic modernism. Typical and representative blocks are 61, 62, 63 and 64, New Belgrade. And here I would like to show you some different pictures from Superquadra 308 and Experimental Block 1. In Brazil, we have a different climate and different landscape design. But it's interesting to see. And it's how it looks like today. It's a social life in New Belgrade in the experimental blocks. So that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice time and have a nice discussion.
Okay. So since Dragana is not with us, I would like to add just a few comments, and maybe if somebody else is interested to add a comment. For anyone who had difficulty in understanding her English presentation, she gave a lecture on, similar topic in Serbian this spring, and it's available on YouTube, so you can email me and I can send you the presentation if you did not understand something, or if you want some further information on the topic. So, Dragana defended her PhD on well, mass housing and prefabricated systems in Yugoslavia, on the example of Belgrade during the 1950s and 1960s. So this comparison, in my opinion, is very important because it shows, again, how a different capitalist country interpreted the international style and the ideas of this radiant city. So we see some similarities, but there are also some differences. For example, they have a household which was basically non-existent in socialist countries, so that influenced the whole apartment spatial organization on one hand, and also the fact that they thought it was inhumane to have housing towers, so there were no towers. All the apartment buildings are of the same height, which is not the case in Yugoslavia, for example. So we have this dichotomy. So we have the verticals and the horizontals that accommodate each other in urban landscape. So these were my comments. Does anyone have anything else to add before we have a break? Nobody? Well, okay. Then, since the situation with the pandemic is severe, we decided not to have any coffee and snacks here because it's rather unsafe. So we'll see each other in 45 minutes when we will continue. Well, maybe half an hour. Just be here a little bit earlier, so we can continue in time, and then we'll talk more about the case of Yugoslavia. So thank you for your attention, and I'll be seeing you at 1 o'clock. Okay, so hello again, and welcome to the second block of our workshop, when Jelica and I will talk about case studies in Yugoslavia, to be precise, and we will start with Jelica Jovanović's presentation on the beginnings of mass housing in Yugoslavia. So Jelica is a PhD scholar at the Technical University in Vienna. She is the secretary of Docomomo Serbia, also the member of the group of architects. She is an architect, very distinct expert in architectural conservation. She also runs the Summer School of Architecture in Rogljevo. So her PhD thesis is oriented towards mass housing in Yugoslavia and how to preserve it. So this is something that is rather significant, and her phone is on. No problem. It's okay. Just before you start your lecture. So, here you go.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys, once again. Yes, Vladana mentioned Summer School of Architecture that I have been working on for 10 years, and it is important in this case. apart from the PhD topic that I'm working on, which is sustainable restoration of mass housing of former Southeastern Europe, which is basically euphemism for former Yugoslavia. And I did focus on New Belgrade mostly. However, since I'm through those summer schools working a lot on vernacular architecture, I did notice some things that I will also tell you about in this presentation. And I think that I do owe it a lot to this practice that I had, this paradoxical practice that I have been working much more as a preservation expert on vernacular architecture, on traditional techniques such as mud, adobe, lime, timber, etc. Of course, I come from, just another important part of the introduction, I feel, because we are going to see mostly blocks of the central zone of New Belgrade tomorrow. I did collaborate with the Institute of Heritage Protection of Belgrade on their preservation. I worked on the evaluation process since 2014, so it was quite a long and big project and big endeavor to do. What it has to do with this presentation that I'm going to give now is that I'm somewhat of a typical architect coming from the Faculty of Architecture here in Belgrade. I started my studies at the beginning of 2000s, and I am going to tell you a lot of these things from my experience, basically. I don't know if that's a good idea necessarily, but we'll see. I guess I thought that approach would be best. So as a typical student and typical architect from Belgrade School of Architecture, during my studies I did meet some of those professors who authored and various professionals who participated in basically designing either in field of urban planning, urban design, or architectural design, the people who actually designed, among others, the mass housing blocks of New Belgrade. And it was always very interesting to, look into these examples that they would show us in the design studio, and they would usually analyze them from the architectural point of view, from the use point of view, the way you utilize the space, the way you organize the space. And to be honest, for me, it was never, enough. It was never quite, clear how they came to those ideas and how they came, how this scholarship evolved. And that's how I basically ended up dedicating more than 10 years of my life, professional life, researching these things. Of course, when you speak about housing, even back then, when it was still, coveted, and you had these close or distant echoes of these various smear campaigns that started during the 70s or 80s that aimed and targeted housing, especially mass housing of New Belgrade. Of course, I was very much intrigued by this example. Back then, I also did not know whether I like it or whether I don't like it. I was kind of, torn between these quite, I have to say, different and dissonant voices that you would hear during your education. But nevertheless, when I would go to the site, we would have, for example, site visits, because we had different design studios that dealt with the locations in New Belgrade, I would always feel like there's more to it than what we are fed through media, through the books and the textbooks that I have to say now, even back then, as a student, I thought they were very poor in quality and very contradictory. but now I really mean that. And of course, when you start digging a little, especially as a researcher, photos like these that you're going to see start emerging in different places. Part of the difficulty of researching mass housing was this scattered archival documentation that you can actually find in various places. And I've talked about that when we talked about MoMA exhibition. I don't want to repeat myself, but this was a really big challenge. Even for this exhibition that was like high-end exhibition, you can even imagine how it was like 10, 15, 20 years before when you basically have to peel off these layers of dust and actually find a way of accessing the documents in various archives. And of course, once you see photos like this, once you see the documents that are following it, for example, this one is from Personal Fund of Milutin Glavički, who is basically the urban planner of New Belgrade. He was, for several decades, basically in charge of its planning and the execution of the competitions and the designs. Among others, those housing blocks that I told you about. When you see the documents like this and you compare it to what we are basically fed through media, through the dominant scholarship, you see that basically the problem, there is a problem, there is this discrepancy in knowledge, there's this gap, and that's where I saw my niche for researching. You see that New Belgrade there's much more to that story, that there is a very complex scheme of planning, there is a very complex scheme of designing, but there's also a very complex scheme of organization around all those aspects that you finally see in a building in a certain space. And there is also a very important technological aspect that I'm also going to talk a little bit about here. Of course, because I know it the best, I'm going to talk mostly about building housing architecture. But you see this is a modular model of New Belgrade, and you see these housing blocks in various schemes basically being designed piece by piece after each competition and then put in their place on this huge model that used to be in Spasićev Pavilion in old fairground, which used to be used by the Zavod za izgradnju grada Beograda. So it's the Institute for Construction of the City of Belgrade, and of course the Urban Planning Institute to basically house on the site these models and these plans as they were built. Again, as I told you, so as a typical student of the Faculty of Architecture, we were all kind of, amazed. Whether you like it or dislike it, you're amazed by this New Belgrade, and you're amazed by this, space that used to be swamp, that used to be an empty area, basically. If you take a look into photos of from 1930s, you can see the way it used to look like. And then all of a sudden, the housing blocks and other administrative buildings, cultural buildings start emerging from this sand. Since I told you I had this opportunity of meeting and speaking with the protagonists of the housing construction of New Belgrade, among others, basically, what I started researching was, in a way, from the end product and then going backwards. And I started researching EMS Žeželj technology. And I'm going to show you, so these are the blocks in New Belgrade. Blocks 1 and 2 are currently under tentative protection. These are the experimental blocks of this housing system, housing technology. There is one building of this technology in block 23, then block 29. Blocks 61 to 64 were built in two, basically, technologies, EMS Žeželj being one of them. And I was amazed by this technology that basically you had people you can talk to, you had the documents, and it was, compared to the others, it was very well and extensively published. So the way this technology emerged was basically Branko Žeželj, the famous constructor and innovator, who is a civil engineer, who was civil engineer, and who designed the large spanning structures like bridges and exhibition halls, like Hall 1 in the Belgrade Fair. When a competition was organized by the competent Ministry of Construction in 1956. He submitted his proposal for housing system that was basically feeding on his experiences and his knowledge with the pre-stressed technology, pre-stressed concrete technology that he applied in these large spanning structures that I mentioned. And what is very interesting about this technology is that it's basically resembling Maison Domino, famous concept by Le Corbusier from the beginning of 20th century. And basically, Žeželj was providing the technology, the tool for the architects and designers to utilize. So basically, you had this skeleton. It has its various generations. It developed through time. Of course, first it was a closed type of system, then it was open type of system, and it was not as rigid as other prefabrication systems that were used. So he basically provided a very good technology for the architects who can then experiment either with layouts, either with different types of materializations of the envelope. And that's why you have all those photos that I showed you previously. You have these different buildings that were built in the same technology. You can use brick, you can use concrete, you can use concrete in different shapes, but basically the skeleton is the core of this technology, and it's kind of separated from the envelope, which can be designed and developed differently. But since I was very much interested in the technology itself, the way it developed, I started researching this, and I started looking into the way that this technology transformed, and also the context in which it emerged. So EMS Žeželj was quite interesting because you can do it, you can create the panels and the slabs, the waffle slabs that are the key component of the system. You can create it both in the high-end and the low-end situation. So you can do it manually on the site. They call it field construction site, polygona prefabrikacija. So basically you do it on the site, you prefabricate on the site. But you can also do it in a prefabrication plant. And this intrigued me quite a lot because looking at this system within its context, and this system being just one of many that emerged in Yugoslavia, especially during the 50s, and when the competent ministry, as I told you, Ministry of Construction, made this public call for proposals. This is just one, as I said, the most published, best featured, because the protagonists of its creation were such high-profile people of this scientific community. It had also, Žeželj was lucky, and the Institute for Material Testing of Serbia, within which this system emerged. They were lucky enough that New Belgrade was this huge empty area, so basically they also proposed this system having this area in mind. Sand, the foundation of the building is quite difficult in this space. You have a high level of subterranean waters. You have the ground that is basically not as solid as the rock on the right bank of the Sava River, so it's marshy. The buildings, if they are as heavy as the traditional technique built buildings, they would sink much easier. These buildings are actually, the buildings built in these systems were actually 30% lighter compared to the traditional buildings. So this amazed me. I wanted to understand this drive and this context and this scene in the middle of 1950s, from which this technology emerged alongside the other technologies such as Jugomont U-59, U-59, U-60, U-61 system, which is mostly used in Croatia. Different systems of, for example, like in-house technologies that construction companies developed all over former Yugoslavia. Here, the most prominent being Trudbenik, Komgrab, all those, big names that some of you might have heard. You still hear about them because their assets are being sold by the state. So I wanted to understand this environment. How come these typologies emerged? How come they resulted in such a variety of buildings? When you compare housing blocks, for example, of Czechoslovakia to housing blocks of Yugoslavia, you see that there is a huge difference in the appearance, first of all. And I also, from the education and the background that I told you about, my background, I failed to understand how come this had happened, how come there was such a variety of these structural systems, of these technologies, when we were taught that all of the aspects of modernism and modernist architecture came from abroad. All of the knowledge, all of the ideas somehow were imports from abroad, from Europe, and I saw that there is something wrong with this notion. And this is one of the plans, of the high-end plans of EMS Žeželj technology. Note that it is written in Portuguese and Serbian, and if you want to know about it, I will tell you later why why it's so. And of course, the material that keeps appearing from these various archives shows the construction sites of New Belgrade, and shows these mesmerizing, for me at least, construction sites of the central zone of New Belgrade. You can see it basically emerging from the sand. You can see the so-called conveyor line of this technology, and you can also see the way that these are the blocks 29 and 28. Block 30 is still not built. So you can see basically these field stocks and field construction sites emerging from this sand. You can also see the remnants of the old airport that used to be on this place. And also blocks 1 and 2, so the first experimental site of this EMS technology was already built. So that's why we estimate that this is around the end of 1960s, beginning of 1970s. Of course, the way housing starts in Yugoslavia is with buildings like these. And this is the student city, student housing, that is basically one of the first housing that was built in post-war Belgrade. It was built using traditional techniques. It was built in brick and reinforced concrete, the same technologies that we used before the war. Of course, it makes sense that immediately after the war, although you had these new authorities, you had new ideology, you had new promise and new social deal between these new socialist authorities and revolutionary authorities and the people, it makes sense that having in mind the material situation and the devastation, the immense devastation of the World War II, you could not start reconstructing the country by basically introducing very new technologies, especially in the situation in which Yugoslavia was. I will tell you a little bit about. But then this type of construction, these traditional technologies continued well into the 60s. This is Paviljoni, so blocks 7, 8, just near the border of New Belgrade with Zemun. And these have also been very much coveted in the professional writings of the era of the 1950s, although these were, many of the pavilions were finished in the 1960s. It took a while this area was finished. Again, brick and reinforced concrete. It is something that the profession, the architects and the urban planners, but also the authorities, the ministers from the Ministry of Construction, the people from the industry, they strived to eliminate. They did want to modernize. However, the efforts that they invested during the 1940s, during the 1960s, constantly failed. You would often see photos like this. So this is already later on when EMS Žeželj is present. But you would also see, the remnants, and you can still see some of these small buildings on the site when you go to New Belgrade. You just have to focus and look very carefully where they are, because they are dwarfed by all of these large structures that have been built later. And you would see photos like this, and I would, when researching, I would often, I have to say, read texts over and over again, and I'm guilty of missing some of the cues and some of the sentences that were actually aiming at these early endeavors to create mass housing. And actually, these are the roots of mass housing in Yugoslavia. This is how everything starts, because well into 1960s, you had these technologies existing side by side. You had adobe, so very traditional, very vernacular, something that basically everybody in the village was trained to build or knew how to, when you participate in housing construction, you knew how to contribute if you lacked the skills to build a house. You also had these construction sites where basically manual labor existed, and not many machines and the equipment existed, especially immediately after the World War II, and especially in the period between 1948 and 1953, when Yugoslavia was completely isolated from the rest of the world, following the Cominform resolution. And then this is the beginning of 60s. Basically, you had the EMS Žeželj. So adobe mud construction was basically in use side by side with these other technologies until 1963, until it was banned following the earthquake in Skopje, when much more strict construction code was introduced, and there's still much debate in the profession whether the adobe and the rammed earth are still forbidden, but the problem is that we now lack expertise. Now is a bit better compared to, let's say, 10 years ago, but we still lack the expertise for both reconstructing and building anew in these techniques. But also, it is very important to note that manual labor-intensive production basically remained on the construction sites of Yugoslavia, and this famous Yugoslav modernism, especially in field of mass housing, pretty much throughout all its existence. Although there was this strive, there was this notion that we have to industrialize. We have to industrialize our housing production, otherwise we will never be able to meet the demand, basically, to meet the goals that we have promised as a society, that we will be able to house everybody. So we have to industrialize, and this is the path that other industrial nations and countries, both on east and west, doesn't matter which side of the wall they were, these were the paths that they followed. However, since the situation was very complicated on the construction sites throughout all of the country, especially in rural areas, basically what the authorities decided to do is to enable and to use the already existing vernacular knowledge, vernacular tradition, and the experts that already existed, just to instruct them to build with the layouts that were modern. And I will tell you how. And of course, you would see photos like this. So this is the field trip of our colleague Kori Vlajo from Zagreb. Her family traveled all Yugoslavia in the beginning of 1960s, and the photos that they digitized a few years ago were just amazing to me, because you would see all these documents of basically how people lived and how they, among other things, built, especially in the rural and peri-urban areas. Okay. So back to the very beginning. 1944, 45, depending on the area, Yugoslavia was really, really devastated country. The infamous score regarding housing was that Yugoslavia was fourth on the list of the housing destruction in Europe, right behind the Soviet Union, of course, Great Britain and Poland. And depending on the area, the devastation was 45% of housing stock. Bosnia was hit hardest. Serbia was around 45% of housing stock in urban and rural areas destroyed. But this photo is actually paradigmatic. It's not only the housing. I mean, a lot of other infrastructures were also disrupted and destroyed. To me, it is very interesting to see these photos of basically industrial type of destruction. So the occupying forces brought the machines that basically, as they retreated, destroyed all the railroads behind them and other roads. So I'm showing you this photo just so you have in mind the scale of destruction and scale of disarray in the country that basically, among other things, had to first off build up the factories and build up the capacities so that it can kickstart housing construction. This is the map of the situation with the brick production in Yugoslavia, in Serbia, better say. In all of Yugoslavia, it was also different compared to the area. So you had areas, for example, that had stone production. You had areas that had more timber. So it depended. Serbia decided to tackle its housing and other type of construction by basically investing into brick production facilities after the World War II, since these were the earth, the clay, was actually the best distributed material that they can find, and it was not so difficult to create the facilities to make this brick. So all over the place you would have, of course, you would have these industrialized capacities, but you would also have the field, brick yards and brick ovens and kilns. In Belgrade today we have the remnants, I think, of 5 or 6 brick factories, but there used to be more than 20, as much as I heard. This one still exists. We will not be able to see it tomorrow since we will not go that way. But for example, this is the way that the authorities decided that there is no other way to manage the demand. We have to build facilities like this, and this is like this field oven is the most typical one that you would actually see all over Serbia. You still see the remnants of them. Many of them are still working. In Belgrade, the only remaining that I know of is in Višnjička Banja. So that's called Trudbenik Brick Factory, and you still see the kilns. They are dilapidated. Some of it is used by different enterprises and artists, but you can still see these ovens in place if you go there. And of course, conveyor line type of facilities and so on. Then, of course, the lime kilns and lime production. The field lime kiln is also something that the knowledge for its production existed throughout all of Yugoslavia. So that is basically what had to be used for the construction. The technology of cement production, the problems with the storage, so basically you had to train people, and now it's more easier to find these booklets and books and manuals online, and I purchase them on Kupindo constantly. But you had to somehow create these libraries and distribute this material so that even the people that have not been trained can be easily trained to at least assist in this process. Of course, then you have to train people on how to store cement. If you know that if you storage it improperly, it's going to harden and then you cannot use it. And there were many problems like this all over the country. Then, of course, the utilization of the old construction technologies. So you had the casting concrete, you had to use the wood. The thing is, timber, wood, it has been pretty much ravaged during the war for the war efforts. So it has been taken by the occupying forces. So not even the timber existed in large quantities so that it can supply the industry. So there's also that. So this is that was the technological aspect, and this is the design aspect, and I'm going to speed up. But also, so having in mind that you have this technology evenly distributed through the country, basically you had to use the designs that people were already comfortable with and already knew how to design, how to build. So you see, for example, this is the competition of Ministry of Construction from the archive of Branislav Marinković. You see the buildings that pretty much resemble the interwar period. And to me, a huge revelation, and of course, since the modernization of the country, the modernization of its industry, the industrialization, that was one of the highest priorities, especially during the first 5-year plan of Yugoslavia. A lot of workforce had to migrate from the villages, from the countryside, to the cities. You had to house it somehow. So hence those barracks that I showed you in New Belgrade, hence the typified designs in the competitions also for barracks like this. And for further reading, I can send you, for example, my text on Bor and other texts that I have written about this, not to go into specifics and details. Pardon? So when I finally went to the archive of Serbia, and that's where I found the treasure trove, the missing link in between, you know, the interwar period and these, you know, first disarray years, and then the later period, and all the things started appearing much more clear to me. And you would see in this font, number 134. So this is the font of the Commission for the Revision of the Projects of the Ministry of Construction of the People's Republic of Yugoslavia, Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia. And this particular stock is regarding Serbia. You can rarely find some of the documents from other Yugoslav countries, but nevertheless, all of the projects are there. Not only housing. This committee reviewed other projects as well regarding, for example, industry, buildings, regarding schools, etc. But I was, of course, looking into housing. And there you can actually see how typologies emerged, how they were basically feeding from the previous experiences, especially if you look into the stocks of those large systems. Okay, the army is something different. We can talk about that later. But for example, for me, it was very interesting to see how the railways of Yugoslavia, it's a huge system that existed in 19th century through Serbia. It existed in first half of the 20th century, so pre-World War II, and it continued to exist and actually built housing in a similar way after the World War II. And it was very interesting looking into that. But also then, you know, since you don't have enough architects, you don't have enough engineers that you can, you know, send them all over the country. Serbia especially had that problem, but also Macedonia and Montenegro and Bosnia, they were really having, really struggling with the lack of capacities. So the ministry decided to basically create these overviews. The housing construction, and not only housing construction, you find overviews and catalogs basically of typified designs for different things. For example, the stables, so the agroeconomics facilities, the schools, various buildings. But of course, the most prominent architects, and some of whom designed housing in between the wars, actually took part in creating these overviews, and this basically continued since 1948, continued year after year. So you find, for example, Barič, the colony of Prva Iskra, ammo factory and the dynamite factory. For example, they built their workers' colony, which exists still today. They built it exclusively utilizing the typologies from this overview. And you see different colors, so they are connected with the legend. So the building of this type, the building of that type, and so on. And then in 1950s, since the first couple of years, this first initial struggle was a bit eased, especially since the banks, the National Bank was giving loans to the workers and to especially administrative staff of, for example, police, of the Federal Executive Council, etc. The situation with housing was a bit more tolerable. However, the architects continued to create these catalogs, these overviews, and now the Economic Institute of the People's Republic of Serbia took over the production of that and basically coordination of that. And that's why this is in our blind spot, coming from the field of architecture, because you don't think that Economic Institute would take over, and that's what we, especially the architects, especially the protagonists of the construction, that's where they fail to see the housing that they participated in as a part of this larger communal policy and the politics of Yugoslavia and Serbia especially. And then later on, as the self-governance took off, various ateliers, various offices produced their own catalogs, and you have, for example, the Institute of EMS, they design these layouts, so it's basically they're training the people involved in the housing production how to organize the layout, how to organize the unit, and then how to organize the housing unit, the flats within this system. And this is one of my favorites. This is the housing for the employees of the Ministry of Railways, which is basically designed to be built in Adobe. And you find other projects like this, but this is the first one that I found, and this was like, okay, now I have it in written, I have it in documents, that there was no sharp division, because Yugoslavia in first post-war years could not afford to have such sharp division and just abandon the vernacular traditions, because otherwise it would not have been able to produce any housing at all. And these are like some interesting examples. For example, these are the housing units for Banjica, and you would often all over Serbia, all over Yugoslavia, see housing like this, and I would like go and wonder, you cannot place them, whether it's 50s, whether it's 70s, it's really difficult because not much is written about it. Nothing is written about it. And you usually know Banjica for the Stjepanović et al. Housing estate. Thank you. This was much longer than it should have been, but okay. Questions? Well, it's fresh. Okay. So, everyone is being quiet, so I'll start again. It's not a problem to go back to a certain photo or slide if you want, because it was a bit all over the place.
So, my first question, why is the catalog in Portuguese? You said you will answer it, so.
Thank you for asking. Conveniently, I have a few more slides for it. So, this year is the anniversary of the first conference of the non-aligned movement, which was in Belgrade, took place in Belgrade in 1961, and I wrote about that. So, if you want further reading, I can give you the texts. But nevertheless, it is also one of the stories of this very big housing production that it actually was exported. And although EMS Žeželj went across Cold War division, East-West, doesn't matter, it was very interesting the way that it was given as a technical assistance to the countries of the non-aligned movement, or the countries that were engaged in this decolonial endeavor, which is in this case Angola. The first contact between Yugoslavia and Angola happened in 1961. Just prior to the conference in Belgrade, and this is before Angola actually exists as a country. So one of the liberation movements, actually two of the several liberation movements in Angola are communicating with the authorities in Yugoslavia. And to cut the story short, Yugoslavia did send a lot of assistance through this decolonial effort, and did help them through UN and so on. But nevertheless, one part of the assistance was EMS Žeželj. They went in the beginning of 70s, a team of the Ministry of Construction went to Angola to see how they can actually, customize the technical assistance to Angola. And they found out that the Cubans brought to Luanda one of their factories. EMS Žeželj was already exported to Cuba. Prior to that, 3 production plants were sent to Cuba at the middle of 60s. Later on, 5 more were built in Cuba through their own effort. And one of those plants ended up in Luanda. So having this in mind, they decided to basically organize their technical assistance around this plant. And Ivan Petrović was one of the team members who basically developed the architecture, but then there's also, so these are the layouts. I can send you more detailed paper, and this is the building, the way it looks, the way it looked in 2012. I don't know how it looks today, but it's pretty much similar, I guess, from what I've heard from my colleagues over there. And Živojin Karapešić was the urban planner who actually made a huge design for a neighborhood in Luanda. However, only those 2 buildings were built over there because the war continued to happen, the civil war continued to happen, and then by the end of the war, Yugoslavia fell apart, so we still don't have the data if something was built in this system, and if it was, how much it was built in Angola. But for example, we know that in Cuba a lot of structures were built, and this is the first experimental building, basically the building that was used at the beginning of 60s to train the local staff, to train architects, civil engineers, and the craftsmen over there in Havana to build using this technology.
you go. You can, Jelena, you can go first, and then Michael, you can ask the question.
I have one question about Branislav Marinković's project. Is that project realized, or is it just a project on a paper? Mm-hmm.
These pavilions are quite similar to
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have at the moment hard data whether these were used. I think some of them have, because they resemble some of the types in the overview. And Branislav Marinković was in Serbia project. He was the head of the housing office, so I'm sure that some of this was used. And these pavilions, again, I don't know for sure, but in Kosovska Mitrovica something was built that resembles these 4 stories blocks. So it should be.
To add up to your question, Jelena, well, Jelica has the same data you and I have, so it's the same personal archive of Branislav Marinković. So I guess it's up to you to establish it in the field, since Jelena will be doing a PhD on Branislav Marinković. And we will see if some of those buildings were indeed constructed or remained in paper. Okay, so next one is Michael.
Wow, yes. I wanted to pick up the idea that there's a paradox between the traditional and the modernist. And I think that's something that this project will be grappling with as we push this forward to publication. And it's certainly a challenge to the assertion, globally, but I mean, especially I found this in the United States, to claiming the modernist heritage. I think a lot of progress has been made, but I think this idea that there's still a paradox between tradition and modern is something that, you say rightly, that architects and architectural historians often perpetuate that because they echo modernism's own claims about itself and its distinctiveness. But you just showed us the sort of porousness of this relationship, how traditional building techniques actually manifest in the modern. And so my question is it possible to claim, or desirable even to claim, modernism as an emergent tradition, or something that we could eventually see as a traditional part of architecture in Yugoslavia, but also more generally? Or will they always be separate categories of knowledge and production?
I agree, and I think that yeah. So how to answer? The problem is that yes, perpetuating these claims of breaking with the tradition, but especially since I'm dealing with the preservation and this aspect. When you look at it, especially when you look into the early examples, you see this overlapping, and you see even the new emerging technologies, curtain walls or new way of construction is basically taking the traditional vernacular and then rising it to or craftsmanship, and then rising it and reorganizing it to these industrial mindset and industrial type of production. So especially when you talk about Yugoslavia, and I guess that in other places that is the situation too, especially when you look, you discover, I don't like that word, but when you talk about, other modernisms, non-West modernisms, let's use this construct, you see that they're deeply embedded into these vernacular traditions. It's not only, the craftsmanship and not only the production, it's also the way that you transfer the knowledge and the way you train people. It's also vernacular. In Yugoslavia, that's very evident because much later, the training facilities, the high schools for construction and architecture were established, and you have the bulk of the production happening before that. So they had to rely heavily on this, field presentations, field demonstrations, which is in its essence the way vernacular architecture worked here for decades and centuries. So I since I'm working with both, I don't, it's blurred for me. I don't see, there was never this complete abandonment, especially here. You see it being carried, and also self-management is actually very important in this aspect, because there were collectives, and there were cases when people deliberately choose not to automatize, not to purchase new equipment because they wanted to keep the workforce actually with jobs. Otherwise, they would be laid off. So you have many examples like this when you go to Bor, for example, when you go when you go outside of Belgrade, especially, but also here. And when you look into the history of these construction companies and these collectives, and the way they worked here, the way they worked abroad, that's also another major topic that is interfering and intertwining with this housing production on so many levels that we did not even touch upon now. But yeah, and when you follow it decade after decade, you see these fine tunings, and you see, the way it goes up, down, and yeah.
Any more questions? Comments? No? Okay, I have one for Bianca before we continue. So, the next slide, I was curious. As far as I know, that building is from 1930s, but maybe reconstructed. It depends on the corner, because 3 corners of the 2 streets are from the interwar period, and one is, as far as I know, from maybe late 1950s, early 1960s. So I think this building is, I would have to look, but I think it's from the 1930s, but was probably damaged during the war and was reconstructed. Because many of them were. Well, I will talk about that because my lecture will add up to what you were talking about. I'll probably repeat some things, but just to underline some important aspects of, yeah.
So it could be. To be honest, now I don't remember, because I went through entire font, so I don't remember the particular story. However, you do see, and when I wrote the article for Život umjetnosti, for this special edition on housing, Tamara Bjažić also pointed, since she is also working a lot on interwar housing, she pointed that, I was aware, of course, for some, but not for all of the architects, especially from Zagreb scene. The interwar architects were very much involved in producing the overviews and the catalogs. And since they were those who basically were the most active in the interwar period and knew the most, of course, they're going to use either some of the layouts or create new layouts based on their previous work, especially since the technologies are pretty much the same. So it could be, I note that this building appears in several folders, so, and it has several addresses, so I don't know, Prote, Mateja, Njegoša, 1, 2, 3. So I will have to look into it, but I'm sure one of the pre-war architects is appearing, and there are many examples like this in this particular font. I also did not even open this topic, but in this is another research that I'm working on in the Historical Archive of Belgrade. There is a ginormous font of the basically commission that was restoring and repairing buildings in Belgrade. And it's organized in alphabetical order, and it's just huge. And then you have, you know, owner by owner, you know, appealing, asking, being granted this or that. So it is another huge area of of the housing production and reparations, which is also very important in this immediate post-war decade. So there's that as well.
Any more questions, comments? If not, then I will continue. Basically, well, good afternoon to everybody once again. And yes, I will continue where Jelica stopped in a way and talk about, well, some different aspects of mass housing in Yugoslavia that are directly connected with the dwelling crisis, the social aspects of housing. And what was interesting for me is that recently I researched this dwelling crisis in the last century, basically, and found out that we had a shortage in housing for over a century now. But what was really important to underline and talk about in this particular workshop was that the socialist period was the only one that had a very straight agenda, a very well thought through plan in ending the dwelling crisis. And of course it was almost a utopia, and it was, well, very difficult to achieve. And, well, we'll see how it failed in certain ways, but that was the period when many architects, experts, sociologists, etc., really thought about this problem with housing and living standards in Yugoslavia. So we will start, well, I will start today's talk about the beginnings of the dwelling crisis that emerged right after the First World War, since we had about 25% of housing fund being destroyed in the war, and that in combination with the first large migration from rural to urban areas created this first shortage of housing and first dwelling crisis in larger cities, especially in Belgrade, which will be somewhat of a case study for today's lecture, since it was the country's capital and the largest city, and there were, the dwelling crisis was the most severe in larger cities. And what was happening in interwar Belgrade and other Yugoslav cities, basically some of them had created a better housing politics, such as Ljubljana and Zagreb, for example, and they had their budget was larger for example, public housing at the time. Unlike Belgrade, that had really low percentage of funding for public housing. So you had a few projects that were realized during that period that were somewhat successful, but they were basically a very small effort comparing to the crisis that was going on. And to add up to the whole problem was the fact that the first slums and illegal settlements emerged in that period, which all adds up to our previous talk about tuberculosis and other diseases that were basically ravaging the population at the time. So, for example, yes, tuberculosis was the #1 death, how should I put it? Yeah, death cause in the interwar period in Yugoslavia. So this is something architects at the time recognized, not only in Yugoslavia, but in whole Europe, for example, were advocating for a very, to level up the living standards and to design functional, hygienic apartments for people to live in, and of course for them to be affordable. And that was the beginning of this idea of public housing and mass housing. Of course, at the time, Vienna was like the leading city with public housing projects, and many architects in Yugoslavia turned to that idea. Of course, they could not obtain such designs since there was not enough money to fulfill that. And the situation got worse with the Second World War. So Jelica mentioned the fact that Yugoslavia was the 4th country in the world. I have some data saying that it lost 20%. You said 45, so depending, yes. Yes, well, me as well, but maybe, well, we can compare it. So either way, it was a large percentage, and after the Second World War, the aftermath was, basically very grim, and since there was a lot of damage and a lot of housing being lost, it was basically, for example, only in Belgrade, since Belgrade was bombed a lot of times, since it was the capital, it was where the occupation, the Axis power resided. So you can see the total numbers, more than 11,000 buildings and more than 31,000 apartments being destroyed. So it was only logical that the first years of this new socialist state that emerged after the war, with the first so-called democratic elections that ended the monarchy and began the new era of the rule of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, that completely changed the social structure, the political system, and the value system, what was important for them to work on. So the first couple of years from 1945 to 1947 are considered to be the period of restoration, since it was inevitable to work on restoring existing buildings that were damaged, to restore that devastated infrastructure that Jelica showed. And here you can see, of course, the famous painting of Boža Ilić, the funding of the new Belgrade from 1948. So this whole idea of New Belgrade as an opportunity to build a new city was basically of the most, one of the most important projects, state projects at the time. And of course, a lot of people were involved in it, as you can see. But on the other hand, we had the situation where 275,000 apartments being restored after the Second World War, but on the flip side, almost 1.5 million citizens still had an unsolved housing issue at the time. So the situation was even worse than after the First World War, since the population was, of course, larger, and this was, of course, the mark of the second great migration from rural to urban areas and rapid industrialization of the country. And of course, how the government and how the state tried to address this problem. Well, first of all, in that period after the restoration, there was, basically the government decided to begin the process of nationalization and expropriation, thus, for example, in Belgrade, gaining 12,000 apartments to be state-owned, not private-owned. So everyone who owned a building, which was common in the interwar period, you cannot own an apartment. That was not legal. You could only own a building, and you can rent an apartment. After the war, this changed, so you could own an apartment, but only one. And everything else that was in your possession was taken away from you and was given into public use, became basically public housing. But of course, that was not enough. So the next thing that happened was, since the apartments from the interwar period were very large in square meters, an average apartment built in the interwar period was somewhat between 70 to 120 square meters, which was fairly large for one family. And since the structure, the spatial organization of the apartment consisted of usually two entrances. So one was similar, like in Brasilia, one was for the help, and the other was for people who lived in the apartment. This made it easy to divide the apartment into two units. Usually it was not done by building a wall, because there was not enough time or it was too expensive, but with maybe some heavy furniture or only a curtain, for example, thus creating something that was called a shared apartment. So this was quite common, for example, in the Soviet Union at the time, since they also had a severe shortage in housing, and they, even since their apartments were also very large, they went to extreme, basically giving one room to a family, thus creating something of a co-op within an apartment where several families lived and shared the restroom, shared the kitchen, and that was, of course, very inhumane, but it was necessary at the time. So something similar happened in Yugoslavia as well, and the fact that for example, only in the Federal Republic of Serbia, depending on the year, from 28 to 39% of apartments were shared. So that was not a small percentage. And we can see that there was a theater play and then a TV film called Shared Apartment from 1960. You can see the poster and two scenes from the film that basically depicted all the comical but also satirical aspects of co-optional life with families that usually had little in common or had to fight for the common ground. So this was something that was part of everyday life, but it did not solve the problem. It probably only deepened it even more. And to add up to, again, what Jelica mentioned, this first 5-year plan had many ambitions to industrialize the whole country and to basically the main aim was to rise the living standards of people, which were pretty low at the time since it was really a period of great economical crisis. So also with the industry, with the production, the idea was to produce enough new apartments to accommodate everyone. And these first years were basically, the targeted group were the workers, the working class. Since this first period until the 1948 and the resolution of the Inform Bureau, where Yugoslavia detached itself from the Soviet Union, did not want to be a satellite state, marked really a shifting in the politics, but also in housing strategies. But before that, workers were the ones who were the most important and, of course, the largest class at the time. And it was very important to make apartments for them to accommodate them. For example, Jelica mentioned also, I chose Marinković's project for this building in Kosovska Mitrovica for a reason, because as you can see here, he experimented with the idea of communal living, which was something that was quite a common idea in the Soviet Union. In order to solve the housing issue, architects and urbanists had the idea to make this private space minimal. The minimal prescribed square meters per person was 9 square meters. Of private space. Everything else was communal. So here you can see, for example, what was the private space, the bedroom, or maybe the living room, or maybe some closet or something similar, but the restroom, the bathroom, and the kitchen or the living room were communal. Of course, this is a concept that was more, it was a utopia, basically. It was not something that could be obtained, but nevertheless, we can see how architects thought at the time and how the Soviet influence was present in these first years of of the new socialist Yugoslavia. And on the other hand, we can see a lot of architects that were very active in the interwar period. For example, Jovan Bjelović, who designed many luxurious residential buildings for rent and was famous for his lavish style with the use of marble and other high-quality materials, now had to do something completely different. So design affordable, cheap buildings that were basically something for a short period of time, something that would suit the moment but not necessarily be a long-term solution. Nevertheless, many of these so-called pavilions, some call them Russian pavilions, for example, in Karaburma, but also in other parts of Belgrade, still exist and still function, even though they are in a terrible state, really, since the materials that were used were very modest at the time, of course, with the fact that it was not rational to use luxurious materials. But although there were efforts to build new apartments during this first decade, only something more than 16,000 new apartments were built in Belgrade. So that was not nearly enough to accommodate everyone who arrived in the capital for work, for a new life. And of course, Jelica, and in Dragana's lecture we heard something about these experimental housing blocks 1 and 2. But what I wanted to underline here is that basically in 1955 can be considered as a turning point into, regarding the housing strategy, since that was the year when it was decided that everyone should give 10% of their salary into something that was called the housing fund. So the strategy was like this: we don't have enough funding to create public housing, to construct public housing, so we need to create this fund so we can obtain that idea. And the idea was that in Yugoslavia, everyone was entitled to have an apartment. That was the ideal, an apartment for everyone. But it was difficult to achieve, so they had to have a capital and enough money to start producing. So everyone gave their share, with the idea that everyone would eventually have an apartment. And this was something that basically was the initial capital on which the whole housing production started from in its full form. So, of course, we talked about some of these first experimental blocks. I just wanted to add that you can see here the amount of green areas that were left. So public space was somewhat important, and also art in public space. For example, this sculpture that is also a fountain was during the late 50s and early 60s was something that was nurtured, but probably isn't something that people usually think about when they talk about New Belgrade or post-war architecture. And what is interesting, we had this situation from the interwar period where basically the housing was maybe, public housing was barely 10%, maybe 5% of the whole housing production. Belgrade came up to 80% at one point that was public housing. But then we have to go back to the fact, to define what was public housing in socialist Yugoslavia. So public housing was not social housing. So it was never created for the poor, it was created for everybody. There was no class differences. Of course there were, and we will see how it eventually became an issue, but still that is something that is very important and that distincts Yugoslavia as a socialist state from different capitalist states that divided this public housing equals social housing, while here everybody was had a opportunity to have an apartment, in theory at least. So I mentioned this morning when Michael had his lecture, we talked about this idea that in the United States the high-rise was considered as something communist. Well, in Yugoslavia, single family units were considered bourgeois. So the concept of having a single family house was not something that was really desired at the time. So the idea was to create really this ideal of radiant city, something that was in the line of the Athens chapter and international style. And of course, one of the blocks that we will see tomorrow is the housing block 21, which is important due to the fact that it is the first housing block in the central zone on New Belgrade that was created, and that was created, well, the investor was the Yugoslav National Army. And the Yugoslav National Army was basically, they were the ones that established the standard, the higher standard of housing, which they expected in a way. They wrote their own standards that were very high. And then, of course, other investors that were all, of course, state-owned, but either way, the Yugoslav National Army was something of an elite, the new political elite, or the new elite class in socialist Yugoslavia. They had the opportunity to establish something that would be of this higher quality for their employees. And what is also interesting, so Jelica mentioned this Belgrade School of Housing that was so important, and the fact that, of course, it was important because many architects decided to specialize in housing and to do a lot of research on how to make apartments adaptable, because they were designing, they didn't know who will inhabit that apartment. Was it like one-child family, a couple without children, or multi-generational family? So they needed to make the apartments as adaptable as possible. And that was, of course, achievable with these prefabricated systems that were emerging at the time, but also there is something you can see here. For example, this is one of the towers in the block 21 where you can see this famous circular connection, which basically had the idea that the apartments should be flexible, adaptable, and something else that is also very important, and Michael described this relationship within a modern family that directly influenced the layout of the apartment. So in the case of post-war Yugoslavia, we had this issue with the basically where women stood in this apartment, because a lot of them were housewives. Some of them worked, of course, but how was her position in the apartment placed? If her place was in the kitchen, should that kitchen be detached from the rest of the apartment? So I have to go back to the interwar period where you had a household maid that was detached from the rest of the family, and thus the kitchen was detached from the rest of the apartment. But now when you don't have that anymore, and in a traditional way the woman's place was in the kitchen, that kitchen was had to be integrated in the rest of the apartment, and this central part of the apartment, which was the dining and the living room. So that's why everything was connected, since that was basically one of the greater problems in that period, women feeling detached from their families, from their neighborhood, and these new in these new settlements, in these new buildings. That was something that was really, that was something that was taken into consideration when designing apartments. Also, there were examples such as architect and professor Aleksandar Stjepanović, and also Božidar Janković and Branislav Karadžić, who took this whole study and research to a new level. So of course, they experimented with the layouts of the apartments, so they can be adaptable. They are of different quality. Some are very unusual in their layout, but of course they show different ways of thinking. But what is even more important with this period of where a bit of structuralism and brutalism came after the international style, was also the way architects thought about the whole neighborhood, so the whole housing block, how it functions, what are the key elements that each block should have in order to function properly, in order to for the tenants to have a good life, a rich life. So this was something they really took into consideration, and that it's a legacy that it's still basically. You now have certain New Belgrade blocks that are still being very desirable to live in because of the infrastructure, because of the way these architects thought through the whole, also the landscape and the education, all the necessarily elements of everyday life. And also what was an important part of the whole idea of a housing block as an entity for itself, and was the landscape architecture. It was not insignificant, especially, well, Dragana mentioned it in the block 28, where landscape architects Olga Miličević and Sveta Davičo designed an enclosed park, green area designed for children to play in, which is still probably, well, we will see it tomorrow. It's not authentic. So some parts were, well, deteriorated because they used a lot of wood in the process, but you can see this organic forms that were being used and are in a form of a contrast with the slabs that were being designed by Ilija Arnautović. And now we come to how this typical apartment looked like. So this is a scene from a popular TV show from the time called Vruć vetar. so to translate it, hot wind. And this is one of my favorite episodes that is called The Apartment, and where the protagonist finally gets his own apartment after many struggles with the committee, with his family, with the collective and the firm. And here you can see how this apartment was adaptable, all the standards, the aspects of the apartment, and how this individual, this protagonist, felt about having an apartment of his own for his family. So you can see these sliding doors, and also you will see this circular connection with the kitchen, also with the sliding doors. You can see that the kitchen was the part of the apartment, so nobody was supposed to build their own kitchen. It was something that was part of the standard they got, also the bathroom as well. But the whole layout of the apartment is visible in this one scene. Well, basically two scenes. And here you can see how a new bathroom looked like. So the standard of living was very modern, even for today's standards, and that was the idea. Unfortunately, when we talk about mass housing and, well, housing issues in socialist Yugoslavia, ever since this shift in the political course began in the late 50s and throughout the 60s and 70s, the working class suddenly wasn't the most important class in Yugoslavia. And who got those apartments? That was the new elite. So either the members of the Yugoslav National Army, or the police, or the university, or actors, artists, people with university degrees who worked in the public sector. Those were the people that got the apartments that were, well, mostly anyway. There were, of course, new settlements for the working class, but there were differences in the quality of those apartments, and still the working class somehow ended up short-handed. And what happened during that period? So you can see that over 6 million people in Yugoslavia migrated during the period, so from 1948 to 1981, from rural to urban areas. So that was a constant migration. It was not a wave. It was something that was constant each year, and something that Yugoslavia's dwelling strategy was not prepared to fulfill in a way. So what happened with the working class? So many of them got tired of waiting for an apartment, so they decided to solve their housing issue on their own. So in 1970s, around 80% of working class in Belgrade lived in illegal settlements that emerged on the outskirts of Belgrade. Also, the similar situation was in Novi Sad, 94%. And of course, the largest of them being Kaluđerica, and still the largest illegal settlement in the Balkans. So this is something quite opposite of the mass housing that was being constructed at that time. So this is the dominance of a single family unit that was produced in somewhat traditional techniques. Many of people who lived there were in the construction industry to begin with, and many of them built their houses on their own or with the help of their relatives or friends, but there was no infrastructure, that there was no urban planning, and their lives were really difficult and still are, because we still have this issue that was not being addressed. So when we talk about housing policies in Yugoslavia, many people tend to forget that this was also the reality of the time. And of course, late 70s, early 80s brought some new elements with the emerging postmodern ideas and the examples of housing block 19A and, for example, Cerak Vinogradi, which we will see tomorrow. You can see some traditional elements of architecture reoccurring, and a more, well, a different approach in urban layout and public areas. So returning to tradition, but with some new elements. But although we had that situation with the production and everything, the apartments that were being built were mostly small. So remember when I said that during the interwar period, an average apartment was from 60 to 120 square meters. So now usually the largest ones that were being built were 100 square meters. And those were rare. They were built for the political elite, basically. So the average apartment was from 40 to 80 square meters. And that affected the census in 1971, where 36.8% of the population lived in less than 10 square meters per tenant. So when apartments were being given, little was taken into consideration that these families would live there for decades and will have offspring, and this apartment will be too small for them eventually, but that was rarely being dealt with. To conclude with, of course, Cerak Vinogradi, even though there were efforts in the late 70s and early 80s to build new and better housing settlements, the production the production halted and decreased over the years, since, of course, in 1980, Tito died, and then that produced a new form of a crisis. Also, the first economical crisis during the 80s also influenced this. And, for example, in 1973, the Federal Republic of Serbia was lacking 300,000 apartments. By the end of the decade, that number increased into 500,000 apartments. Nevertheless, you can see that this whole topic is rather complex. So we have a lot of positive aspects of mass housing at the time and the way the dwelling crisis was being held, but still it was not enough to accommodate everyone. So the housing crisis continued, and where are we now? Well, we're still in a form of a housing crisis, and what is even worse is that after this period of well thought through projects and settlements, we have something that is quite the opposite. We returned to the past and are designing, well, many architects now are being forced to design unfunctional apartments that are not adaptable to anyone. So I think that will be the end of my lecture. If somebody has any questions, feel free to ask. Sofia raised her hand.
I have about a million questions, but I will not. I mean, I think it's really good that there are a lot of questions to be raised, and just it is such a complex topic. And I was thinking, so I have grandparents that are, I now realize, probably were lucky to get an apartment that you were talking about, because they had the same apartment that was circular. You know, I remember everything. I was reliving the things when you were like thinking of them all the time. And I have actually I have two comments and a question. So let's say with the comments, let's start with that. You and I were talking at the exam about the sculpture, for instance, and about the problem in New Belgrade that there's not a lot of sculpture. And it is just something to think about, and it's a big shame because it could be utilized, and it is an important part of the Belgrade. It's just a big, big part of Belgrade, and it's just probably for everyone to ponder on and wonder why is it the case, and just for a topic to think about. Also, I wanted to mention about the greenery. I have a beautiful example, what I saw and what I remembered in New Belgrade in one of the blocks, about how the greenery can just enhance the buildings, enhance the entire space. So these are the two buildings that are across each other, and they have this kind of a tiered effect, but like stairs. And each tier has a place with pots, you know, and it seems like all the attendants, everybody who lives there, planted something, and they look like falling tiers of plants, and it just makes the space look so beautiful. And it's the only place in Belgrade that I have seen that does that. But it is just a proof that so many things can be done with the greenery if we think about it. And also about the question, it's kind of also a question for Jelica, because I was listening to, I don't think we touched on this, but I was listening to her lecture on in Božidarac, and you were talking about, you briefly mentioned about the condition that these buildings are in now, because in some buildings, for instance, I was in New Belgrade in one of the blocks, and I had a conclusion that they're in good shape. The apartment that I walked in, it was beautiful, felt like new, everything was just looking good. But then on the other hand, the apartment that my grandparents lived in, my grandma moved out of there 10 years ago, and it's because, one of the reasons was because the building was in really bad shape, and they were all complaining about, I don't know what the problems exactly were, but I know that it was the problem about the building was really old and it was really not in a good condition. And I just wondered about, is that a big problem? Do you come across these kinds of problems? Is that a big problem? And in what conditions are most of these buildings, and how can they be, let's say, restored or modernized to be lived in? Is that some kind of a bigger problem, or is that not an issue? Is that just in certain buildings, or, you know, it's just something that I wondered. So, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so the condition of the buildings, I have to say, it is a part of the systemic approach, or not the systemic, systemic abandonment. And it has to be addressed. It will have to be addressed. I think we have to revisit some of the policies and some of the aspects of the policy that created it, because otherwise the way some of them, their contemporaries in, for example, Great Britain, for example, those that have been protected, were restored. I am not a big fan of that, and I disagree with that kind of, decanting the tenants, the residents, especially since you have the private owners here. So I think some lex specialis will have to be. The legal system has to be reinstated, and it has to be embedded again in this broader industry and or organization of the profession around it, just the same way. And we have the tools and we have the knowledge and the experience, and we don't tell me that we don't have professionals. We have them more than in 1940s. I mean, it's ridiculous. There is just the lack of the political will, honestly. All of that can be organized and managed somehow. Regarding the situation on the sites, it really depends on the site. It depends on the community that lives in there. It really also depends on the technology and the structural systems that have been applied. In a way, it's not only our problem. I'm currently attending Getty Institute's course on conserving modern architecture, and it's a common issue everywhere, because modernism is its feature is experimenting with materials, experimenting with different technologies. You cast concrete in a different way or with different aggregates, and that often causes some things that you cannot have with the knowledge that you had in 60s, for example. Now it's something completely obsolete. So there is also that aspect, and we are learning as we're going, not only us here, it's a worldwide problem. But yeah, I mean, and also I wanted to tackle the issue, and I can send you the Unfinished Modernizations book, because it has really good article on Kaluđerica. But in a way, a part of the problem of its emergence is are the catalogs. It is a systemic thing, definitely, because as the system figured that they will not going to be able to basically provide the housing for all, and especially I would say that the crisis was in urban areas. If you look into census data in general, everybody has some housing, but one of the very common, almost every important report begins with the sentence, we cannot address the lack of housing in urban areas with the excess housing in rural areas. And that's why all this situation was created, and especially with this shift towards another big topic and another big aspect which we did not even have the time to address, self-building. It was actually something, all of you know about MOBA. Self-building is and helping your kins or your neighbors is a part of this vernacular tradition that was embedded in the system. And also the rise, so you have basically, while the mass subsidized housing, etc., was happening, you also had cooperative housing and cooperative housing construction as an option. So, for example, 10 of us give the money into cooperative, and then we organize, buy a lot or rent a lot and build. And it had different, it was in different situations and different position during various decades, but it also played a huge role, especially in the 80s, especially after the crisis hit hard with the problems with the lending the money and returning the money on the international to the international lenders. This was in a way the housing economy, this was the path it took, and in a way even I would say stimulated this market that eventually turned many of our cities and even villages into Kaluđericas in some one way or the other. But through these cooperatives you can at least buy construction material at a lower price. Of course, there were always, there were times when there was not enough material, for example, not enough cement or not enough. There were also, these things happening. Yeah, this is just one piece of this huge. It's a very complex housing economy, I have to say, and because it had to be, self-sustained, self-managed. I think that's why it produced all of these various forms of housing and. Eventually, even some of the problems that we saw. But yeah, also another big part is the fact that urban planning or communal planning was not in sync. Housing economy was not a part of it, meaning the land policy of the cities and land governance did not necessarily take into consideration the housing construction. So there were these, discrepancies when you have to plan, and not all of the country was covered with plans. So that was also part of the problem. So eventually the urban planners had to focus more on the urban areas, while the rest of Kaluđerica, for example, agricultural land was outside of its perimeter, and this was used by the wild construction, the rogue constructors, basically. I prefer that term that Brigitte Normand coined for them, rogue construction, because in a way it's not completely, fully illegal, but you see that the planners are aware of it. You see that in some cases they're tolerating it, in other cases they're sending the police and inspections, but I think it is, we have to look at it as an integral part of this housing economy. That's my opinion, yeah.
Well, there was a comment that what these self-built houses were an excellent example of self-management. So yes, thank you, Sofia, for your comments. I think there is sculpture and art in New Belgrade, only it's not as visible as it should be, and some of these public sculptures are in a bad state. So, Vladan, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, I mostly had a comment about the state of sculpture in New Belgrade, because some of that was built in concrete and some of materials that have deteriorated on the open field. I distinctly remember as a child seeing in the Block 21 a small little mushroom-like monument that had an inscription on it that said, you should preserve the greenery of your city as you should preserve your own lungs. Without it you cannot breathe, without it you cannot function. And that sad little monument has deteriorated to, I think it was probably even removed, because it looked like a piece of rubble at the end. Also about the question of maintaining buildings, it probably maybe should have been addressed by the city, but in a couple of cases that I know from the buildings that I've lived in or owned apartments in, the building itself tries to see what the problems are. The entirety of the residents in the building have their own how would you say it, committee of residents, house council, yeah, homeowners association is the closest thing that comes to mind. But it's not as strict in enforcing policies, but is there just to cover the problems that might arise. So one building that I know of had problems with a roof, and they went to different companies to try and actually mitigate a problem, and then they had different offers, and then they decided upon the offer, the payment system, and should it be paid per apartment fixed rate or per square meter of your apartments. And so on and so forth, and legally it's all free to decide between the residents on the method of payment and how much should each apartment pay, fixed rate or a rate per square meter. And also one other fun little thing is that now every building that is mass housing has its own basically its own organization of sorts. They're all registered within the agency of businesses. They're legal entities. They can own a bank account, and of course, when you have things such as commercial space, like for having ads displayed on your building, if your building is on a prominent place like the buildings in Block 21, they can have massive funding to like in the COVID times, they actually, one building that my parents live in had weekly and at the end daily cleanings of the entire building, common areas. They had renovated the entirety of the facade. They have twice a year they have disinfection, deratization processes that get you rid of all the insects and rodents and whatnots completely for free for all tenants. And that is just from the revenue from commercial spaces, either for in the ground floor you have businesses that pay rent to the building. On the topmost floor you have one big neon sign that is visible from a major artery of transportation in Belgrade that connects New Belgrade with the old one. So you have a lot of visibility, and it generates a lot of revenue. And also the surrounding buildings have the similar plans. So there is an area of maintenance that is not available to perhaps other buildings that don't have as much revenue. So that lack in revenue is has to be agreed upon on how to be financed by the tenants. But yeah, you can.
Sorry, just to add, but this is something that's been done only recently. During the 90s, certain laws were being introduced that enabled people to buy off the apartments they were living in that were state-owned, thus becoming private property. So that changed the whole system and the way each building and each neighborhood functions. So what Vladan was referring to is something that is, well, more present-day situation, which functions depending on, well, from building to building. So some buildings have this, are lucky that have these commercials, which are, of course, in very bad taste and are ruining the architecture, but on the other hand are providing enough money to sustain this building and obtain good living conditions. So that was my comment. Okay, Michael?
All right, so, in the United States, I think it's a very, very different pole of the spectrum, right? The project of mass housing is seen as a failure of the state to provide for its poorest and working class people because they're given the state-produced inferior housing. And here you have the reverse possible allegation, right? That this is a project of really creating a middle class, of class-like ascendance. And today, there are many housing developments in the US are using inscription in the National Register of Historic Places to fight gentrification, to fight the erasure of remaining buildings. You know, and I know you all are involved in inscription efforts here, but the perception might be a little different, and I wonder if you're encountering arguments that inscription of this heritage could actually impede solving the housing crisis or coming up with solutions. That's certainly something we face in the United States, not with mass housing, but with other forms of inscription, especially with modernist architecture that often is lower density in the center of cities, you know, built in the urban renewal era, but now there's higher demand and higher land value, and developers often come after those sites saying, well, I'll build more densely and we'll set aside this much more affordable housing, and therefore the idea of heritage inscription, you know, is impeding the social good of affordable housing that solves a dwelling crisis and a shortage. And I just wonder if that dynamic plays out here, and I guess both of you could answer that.
Would you prefer? I'll be short. I'll be short because I think it's all connected to the present day situation where we have this influence of capitalism on the country. So we went through a period of transition and this influence of globalization. So we have issues with these new investments, the pressure to build in, for example, the central zone of New Belgrade, but little is, the housing is something that is not concerning almost anybody. So there were, in the last 20 years, there were only 4 competitions for social housing, for example. I can say many of them were successful for now. They were not bad. One is in New Belgrade, to be precise. The block 72, parts of it are social housing, but it's mixed. But again, we return to a period of like 100 years ago where there was like little taken into consideration regarding social housing or public housing. Well, that's just a small comment.
Yeah, well, the thing is, housing really became something that is like the state went completely outside it. That does not consider it as its own function, because I think one of the legal documents states that the housing crisis of Serbia is pretty much resolved. And the state does not have to build more housing, it's just fully on the market now. The thing is, when it comes to preservation efforts, first of all, I have to say, New Belgrade and Cerak, the lobbying for their preservation happened decades ago, from the end of 80s, when you already saw that first the city faced with the shortages, the problems with financing and so on, and permitted the roof extensions and permitted the inhabiting of the places that the parts of the buildings that should have not been inhabited. This was especially aggravated, during the sanctions with the constant influx of the refugees, basically, first from Croatia, then from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then from Kosovo, basically. So it was always, like this crisis mode. Block 23 got its roof extension basically completely legally with the consult of the architect, precisely to house these people that were coming from different war zones. And the same happened in, for example, Cerak, in blocks 61 and 62. I know this because Milena Marušić keeps very, very good documentation, and she has the letters of, basically people addressing her for places for the dumpsters that were reserved for dumpsters were being turned into housing units, completely inadequate. And she was, of course, opposing this, but without success. Nevertheless, the lobbying for preservation of these estates happened already. The first proposals happened in 1992. They were composed by basically Zoran Manević led this initiative. However, the modernism, New Belgrade, these estates were already, so coveted back then, so smeared, and, I mean, there's a bigger story to that and the way it developed through years, but basically all the institutes were just, denying these institutes of heritage protection. First it has to go the city level, then the state level, and then enters into the formal procedure in the state assembly. They were just denied. I mean, when started, working on this, still we struggled to explain the value of these, although it was very much evident. And even today, it's a bit easier after MoMA exhibition, of course, and after all, the public outcry and so on. But still, you see that it's difficult. Nevertheless, you see people. So now you have different approaches. So you see some people that are from other blocks that see, for example, they are endangered by the construction by these new investors, either on the perimeter of the blocks or on the inside, and they, some of them see preservation and a listing of these blocks and buildings as a way to prevent, further construction from happening. Although, I mean, first of all, I always try to warn them, because the fact that something is protected almost means nothing, because there are other laws that basically trump and override these protection laws, and especially since the Institute of Protection is very much complicit in and has the people that are allowing these projects to happen. For example, take a look at Kalemegdan Fortress and what's happening basically within the zone of protection. We also have instances of historic buildings being torn down, or their tentative protection not being extended, so you have that. Then there are other people who, for example, most of them are concerned professionals who understand the value of architecture and think that preservation is going to, and I hope that that's going to happen, because it's still something that nobody wants to deal with. Mass housing, it's too much effort, too much work. You still don't see the aspects of the system working for it. It's still against it. And these people think that, because it's protected, you now have yet another tool in your toolbox to try and actually renovate and restore these buildings and prevent these additions. And really, it's wild west now. Everybody is doing whatever they want. And then you have those who are aware of the Institute's bad reputation, Institute of Heritage Protection, and that are convinced that this is going to be a problem, that this is going to further deteriorate both the condition of buildings, the quality of living, and also that will reduce the price of the square meter, because that is like the most important right now in New Belgrade. But the price of square meter in New Belgrade is constantly rising. It's insane, even in these old buildings, even when people are aware that, facade is falling apart, basically, in block 23, for example. It is very problematic because it has these very thin concrete elements, but nevertheless, people are buying and replacing everything. So it's, I mean, my on-site survey from 2018, upon which I'm working, you know, some proposals for preservation, is very much different to the 2019 and 2020 and 2021. It's constantly changing, and it's, you know, it's a very bizarre situation that you're working on a project that is completely obsolete within months, and it's constantly changing. So yeah.
Okay, sorry for interrupting, but we have to have a break. Yes,
I talked.
No. I mean, I think it's great that we have this a fruitful discussion. That is the point of this workshop. But we will continue that tomorrow. So everyone who is coming tomorrow for the field tour, we will meet at 10 in front of the shopping mall Ušće, and then we'll go to our first block 21. Some of you will stay here for the workshop with Jovana Radujko, the girl behind our visual identity and our t-shirts and the Instagram profile Brutalizam I Renesansa. So now we'll have a small break, and I'll see some of you at 4 o'clock here. Thank you.